is with regards of when it comes to sustainability, and we have experienced the sustainability when we had COVID. And we look at sustainability in Saudi Arabia from three angles: from social, economical, and environment. Most of the people, when you talk about sustainability, they think of environmental sustainability. But COVID, we were hit hard by COVID, especially the small and medium enterprises. And we learned the hard way, and we hope, the 80% small and medium enterprises contributing to our industry and the 45 women working in our industry will not suffer again due to any future crisis such as COVID. Environment is important. Over-tourism became a challenge. Everybody's complaining about over-tourism. We see how some cities are trying to, and asking for less tourists in a time many other countries which I visited wants more tourists because tourism represents the majority of their GDP. So we have to come up with the policies that will help smaller countries in the same time protect the nature and the treasures that we have. And people travel to explore the nature, explore other people cultures. Environmental sustainability is important. That is why Saudi Arabia has established the Global Tourism Sustainability Center that is well funded. And the center started to publish research. And for the first time ever, the center published the baseline of the contribution of our industry to the greenhouse gas emissions, which is not that high. We're contributing to the greenhouse emissions of about 8.2% last year. But we are expecting our industry to double in 10 years. If we don't have the right policies to control, to maintain, or at least reduce the contribution of our industry to the greenhouse gas emissions, we will definitely double this contribution. And I hope that we will not see this. Manpower capacity. After COVID, we are rehiring, and we struggle to rehire. Already moved from our industry to other industries. We need to hire people, and young people. 80% of the people, the workforce in our industry are youth, and therefore we need to hire the youth of the future, train them, skill them, and enroll them in our industry in a time where other industries are losing people, like, for example, the e-commerce and many other industries. And therefore, sustainability is a challenge. We need to work together to address it. Manpower capacity is another challenge where we need to work together to address this challenge. Last but not least is the connectivity to reach. My brother, the Minister of Tourism in Jamaica, he said, I asked him why you have not joined us last night. He said, it took me 24 hours to reach here from Jamaica. I have been to the Pacific. And if you want to visit any of the Pacific islands from here, it will take you 2 to 3 days. We held the African Commission in Cabo Verde, and some African countries needs to make 3, 4, 5 stops to fly from their country to Cabo Verde, which is just 2, 3 hours from their home. And therefore, connectivity is important. I traveled to 120 countries in my life, to the Pacific and the Caribbean, and the connectivity is an issue, and therefore we really need to find the way to make the African countries, the Pacific, and the Caribbean are more connected. And those countries they really need the next traveler and the next dollars that will be spent in their homes. Definitely, wherever we go, under the leadership of my brother Zurab, we are discussing these challenges, these issues, because we will continue, and this industry will continue to contribute strongly to the global economy. Today, we're contributing about 10% of the global economy. It is expected to increase to about 12% by 2032. And we are contributing to about 8 to 9% of the global jobs. This industry is important for the global jobs. In Saudi Arabia, we are an oil-based country. You will ask me why you are talking to us. You have a lot of oil. I told you we have decided under Vision 2030 to diversify our economy and to unlock the value of the treasures that we have in Saudi Arabia. For example, the mining, we have the second largest reserve of phosphate, and other industries such as tourism. Back in 2019, tourism used to represent only 3% of Saudi Arabia economy. Today, 5%, and our target is to reach to 10% by 2030. Last year, we received 27 million international arrivals to Saudi Arabia. In 2019, they were only 12 million. And we have all the plans, and we put all the investment. We put big investment, $800 billion to build the new destinations. We want to make return on this investment, to build Neom, Red Sea, and Qiddiya, and Dir'iyah, and we have the CEO of Dir'iyah here. And this investment will help us to share with the world our culture. And when the people travel to the East, they experience the Eastern culture. When they come to the West, and when they come to Georgia, they expect the Western culture. And when they come to the Middle East, they experience the Arabian culture. So we welcome you to visit Saudi Arabia and experience the Arabian culture, which I'm very sure you will love. Finally, I thank you again for receiving us here in the beautiful Tbilisi, and we look forward to working together. And I congratulate you, Prime Minister, for the growing industry and for the strong performance of Georgia in the travel and tourism market. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. To continue with the opening ceremony, I would like to welcome His Excellency, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change, Mr. Aziz Abduhakimov. I'm sorry. Your last name is harder than mine.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Gamar Joba, Your Excellency Prime Minister Kubahidze, Secretary General Polakashvili, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our host, Georgia, for the warm welcome in the beautiful city of Tbilisi. I also thank the UN Tourism Secretariat and Secretary General Polakashvili for bringing our global tourism family together here in his hometown. As we gather to celebrate World Tourism Day, we recognize not only the diversity and beauty of our planet, but the essential role tourism plays in fostering understanding, creating jobs, and driving economic growth. Tourism is more than journey. It is a bridge that unites us, breaking down borders and languages to experience diverse cultures and lifestyles. I congratulate everyone involved in this vibrant industry. Your dedication has made it possible for people worldwide to experience the wonder of travel. Uzbekistan has taken inspiration from Georgia's progress in tourism, especially in developing our tourism strategy. Georgia's visa-free policy, infrastructure improvements, and collaboration with the private sector. Today, we offer visa-free access to 95 countries and e-visas for 55 countries. And I think very soon we will reach Georgia's number of free visa countries. It's, as I know, more than 100. I sincerely thank Secretary General Polakashvili for his support in enhancing Uzbekistan tourism sector, including organizing the 25th General Assembly, launching the International Tourism Academy, and establishing a UN Tourism Thematic Office in Samarkand. Since our presidency of 25th General Assembly, Uzbekistan has seen increased global interest, growing tourist numbers, and rising investments. I extend my best wishes to Malaysia in hosting next World Tourism Day and Saudi Arabia in hosting next General Assembly. Next month, the International Tourism Academy in Samarkand will open, offering cutting-edge program in hospitality, management, hotel operation, and sustainable destination management. This academy will shape the future of global tourism by equipping professionals with the skills to meet market demands. Also very important, the entire tourism sector in our country is undergoing substantial transformation into green and sustainable, including a strong focus on the development of green and ecotourism. On the basis of UN Tourism Thematic Office, we are establishing Green Tourism Certification Center. Also, a number of incentives and subsidies were introduced by Uzbek government to boost green and sustainable tourism. We are hoping that in a short period of time, a full cycle of tourism industry from HoReCa to transport will be transformed into sustainable and climate resilient sector. I believe that the future of tourism should be only green. I invite you all to visit Samarkand, world's capital of cultural tourism, and join us in fostering sustainable, innovative, and culturally rich future for tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And now let us welcome Secretary General of UN Tourism, His Excellency Mr. Zurab Balolikashvili. Your Excellency, please.
Amar Jobat. Salam alaikum, good morning. I mentioned yesterday and I'm extremely happy to have my good friends, my good ministers, deputy ministers from all over the world celebrating this very special day with me here in my home city. Thank you, Excellencies. For me it's again great honor, a pleasure to have you. And I'm extremely happy, I want to mention again. We celebrated last year excellent World Tourism Day in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. Next year we are going to Malaysia. Thank you, dear Minister, to be with us on this very important day. And the facts, in last year I've been in Saudi Arabia 10 times, Excellency, and in Uzbekistan I was maybe 7. In Georgia, I was 3 times. This is my third trip. Thank you again. Happy World Tourism Day, dear Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister. All the government is here with us. I want to wish a happy World Tourism Day. It's an honor to welcome you in my homeland on this special day, a day dedicated to the greatest cause that humanity can have, the pursuit of peace. Dear ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt peace and tourism belong together. Without peace, there is no tourism. At the same time, tourism can build peace, a peace we so desperately need, no more than ever. War is around us. For many of us here in the room, was not just something on TV or in the newspapers. We have lived it and we lived it. We have felt it. And every day, we see civilians, especially women and children, suffering. We see cities and villages in troubles. We see entire populations traumatized. Economies destroyed. We see geopolitical tension, inequalities, and disinformation. And the planet, too, is crying, facing the climate crisis and biodiversity loss. All of this, ladies and gentlemen, deeply affects our sector, not only in economic terms, but because it breaks the human spirit, the very essence of the tourism. So today we must remember that tourism is not just about economic growth. It is about peace. It is about bringing people together. It is about creating prosperity and well-being. It is a tool for healing, resilience, and regeneration, and a tool for turning travelers into global citizens who care, connect, and stand for the better world. Dear friends, a wise man once said, "Peace is not a destination where you arrive and unpack. Peace is a journey that requires constant effort." We must take this journey together and use tourism wisely and intentionally. Our organization has always evolved as tourism has grown. But of course, peace has been there from very beginning. After the horrors of the world wars, tourism was held up as a way to rebuild and promote peace among nations. And when the World Tourism Organization was created in 1975, Article 3 made international understanding, peace and prosperity the fundamental aim of the organization. Now, half a century later, we must remember this mission and live its values. So today I call on all of you to help build a peace-sensitive tourism sector. On that, ensure tourism plays a key role in building peace and ending conflicts, provides tourism stakeholders with tools to realize this potential, produce guidelines for tourism education and peace education, and links tourism to other peace-building initiatives. I see a future where UN tourism and all partners work hand in hand towards a more just and peaceful world. Together we can create a tourism sector that does not just react to conflict, but prevent it, resolve it, and heals its wounds. Let us work together, dear friends, for our families, our children, and for the generation to come. May our sector finally become what it was always meant to be, a force for building a better and more peaceful world. Happy World Tourism Day, and welcome again to Georgia. Thank you.
Tourism knows no borders. It celebrates our rich diversity. At the same time, it reinforces our common humanity. Tourism shapes how we see the world and how we treat others. When intolerance, insecurity, and discrimination threaten to tear us apart, tourism brings us together. It connects age-old traditions with cutting-edge innovation. It celebrates dynamic cities as well as peaceful rural communities. And it opens our minds to different viewpoints and cultures. On World Tourism Day 2024, we stand together in a message of peace. Tourism's ability to build connections and foster understanding must be fully embraced. Education is the best tool to fight misinformation and deliver opportunity, especially for global youth. And guaranteeing the freedom to travel and to learn can lay the foundations for resilient and inclusive peace. The host of this year's celebrations, Georgia, stands out as a beacon of hope in difficult times. Here, peace has brought with it prosperity, and it has allowed Georgia to open its doors to the world. On World Tourism Day 2024, a sector unites to reaffirm its commitment to building a peaceful future for all.
Tourism brings progress. As one of the biggest sectors in the global economy, it has great power to bridge cultures, generate new opportunities, and promote sustainable development.
Thank you, Secretary General. Thank you for the inspiring video. As we conclude our opening ceremony, I would like to invite our final speaker, our keynote speaker, His Excellency, Minister of Guatemala, Harris Whiteback. Your Excellency, please.
Is there a clicker? Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you very much. When I was at the beautiful welcoming reception last night, I remembered a day back in December of 1991 when I was a young reporter and I had been assigned to our networks bureau in Moscow to cover the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And one snowy afternoon there, news came of a coup d'etat here in Georgia. And I remember the deployment of the first all-woman correspondent team to come here to cover the events, led by Christiana Mampour, camerawoman Mary Rogers, and producer Jane Evans. And those three young women at the time, they came here and they covered the events, and then they went back to Moscow and told the story of what a difficult time it was and how life-changing that was for them and for what happened in this country. And so to see how things have evolved in Georgia in these years and to celebrate that last night was truly inspiring. So thank you for that. I want to share a story with you today, and it's one that really explains why I'm here. And I promise it'll make sense. I hope you don't mind that it's a bit personal, but my journey has shaped my perspective in ways that a photographer's lens comes into focus, capturing the beauty and the complexity of our world. When I was a child growing up in Guatemala City, I would always ask my mother to take me to La Aurora Airport in Guatemala City to watch airplanes land and take off. I was captivated by watching them, dreaming about where they might go, memorizing their flight schedules, making up stories in my head about the passengers inside of them. But I wasn't content just to be a plane spotter. I wanted to be one of those adventurous passengers. I longed to explore unknown cities and faraway lands and connect with the people living in them. Decades later, I became a journalist. Since then, I have traveled extensively, covering everything from natural disasters to man-made crises. And deep down inside of me, eventually that curious child started hoping for something more. And I started looking for stories not just about hardship, violence, and injustice, but about people seeking out meaningful connections that would lead to building community, creating hope and possibilities of growth and development. I realized early on the powerful potential that tourism has to unite us, to foster peace and understanding. Because when communities share their stories and cultures, that cultivates pride and a sense of belonging. And that's where hospitality really shines, which is something we especially need now more than ever. With the world population projected to reach around 10 billion by 2050, the need for connection is urgent. And the potential for that connection is growing. As has been said, UN Tourism reported close to 1 billion international arrivals this year. By the end of this year, more than 1 billion arrivals. That's about 15% of the world's population visiting one another. We are definitely back to pre-pandemic levels. And my country, Guatemala, welcomed over 2.5 million tourists last year, with 76% of them being visitors who wanted to visit some of our many sites around the country. This highlights a great opportunity to embrace peace and sustainability through tourism. And we are doing that in Guatemala, finding ways to ensure that every visit offers the chance to learn, share, grow, and crucially, to preserve our environment for future generations. And we have found the immense potential to do that by simply listening. Reaching out to local communities in areas of great potential for tourism, spending time talking with them, hearing their own ideas about how they want to receive visitors, share their stories in ways that lead to understanding and eventually creating peace. Recently, I had the privilege to accompany our product development team to visit the La Técnica Cooperative in Petén, our northernmost department, which houses many archaeological sites and borders our neighbor Mexico. This community was founded by families returning from exile after the Civil War in the 1990s. As part of the 1996 peace accords, they were granted tracts of land in the forest in exchange for their responsible stewardship of its resources. They have embraced tourism as a vital part of their economic strategy, focusing on sustainable practices that protect the rich biodiversity of the Lacandon National Park. Through ecotourism, guided tours, cultural and gastronomical experiences, hiking and river rafting, they're attracting visitors eager to connect with nature and local culture and to visit the many pre-Hispanic archaeological sites in the region. This not only generates income, but also empowers the community and inspires it to preserve their cultural heritage and natural environment. Many other forest communities across northern Guatemala are following suit. They recognize that tourism can not only create jobs and improve livelihoods, but also strengthen conservation efforts and educate visitors on the importance of preserving nature. This collaborative approach fosters community pride and stewardship, ensuring that tourism benefits both the forest and its inhabitants. Take Huashactung, for example, which is another forest community in Petén. This archaeological site near the ancient Maya city of Tikal is rich in history and was once an important astronomical observatory. It too is surrounded by lush rainforest, and the local guides, who are descendants of the ancient Mayans, share their knowledge about the site. Huashactung is also committed to ecotourism, offering nature walks and bird watching and workshops on sustainable practices. Income generated from tourism supports local education, health services, and soon infrastructure, empowering the community and creating opportunities for young people to stay and invest in their home instead of having to migrate for work. The success of this community-led tourism model is in that it is all about collaboration. Local leaders partner with organizations focused on sustainable development, ensuring that the benefits of tourism are shared equally. And now the government is paying attention, listening to them, understanding how they want to be represented, and acting as a bridge between their aspirations and the resources they need. Today, Huashactung is not just preserving its cultural heritage, it's demonstrating how community-led tourism can provide sustainable livelihoods while fostering environmental stewardship and cultural pride. This model is an inspiring example for communities in Guatemala and beyond. These communities are building peace and understanding by welcoming visitors who not only marvel at their breathtaking natural beauty and archaeological sites, but also learning from their way of life. Visitors leave having learned about their deep respect for the forest and its wildlife, the wisdom passed down from their ancestors who once gazed at the stars to navigate the world. Because for hospitality to truly be a force for change, it must be reciprocal. Visitors and hosts should learn from one another, ensuring their interactions are mutually beneficial. In this interconnected world, we owe it to those who came before us and to those who will come after to prioritize that sustainability in tourism. During my time as a journalist, I've seen how even brief encounters with locals can transform a visitor's perspective. Back in 2003, I had the opportunity to cover significant events for CNN, including the brutality of the war in Iraq. While it was at times dangerous and incredibly stressful, my time there helped me shape my view, not of the war, but of the humanity of the Iraqi people. At the ziggurat of Ur, the ancient Sumerian temple that is one of the few remaining examples of the glories of ancient Mesopotamia, I met an elderly man who refused to leave the site as war rumbled in the distance. He was the caretaker of the ziggurat and the last remaining civilian in the region. He stayed at his post as US Marines tasked with taking control of the area arrived in force. But despite the presence of American soldiers, he eagerly shared with me the history of the ancient Sumerian pyramid, embodying the role of guide, host, and friend. His instinct for hospitality shone through as he offered me tea and stories that transported me back to the second millennium before the Common Era. He told me many believed the ziggurat was the site of the birth of the prophet Abraham, and his hospitality and determination to stay at that sacred site of profound significance for humanity left a lasting impression on me. Just last week, I found myself once again engaging with the legacy of Abraham in Abu Dhabi, where I visited the Abrahamic family house. This stunning cultural center honors the three major religions stemming from Abraham, and it was deeply moving to see how it fosters understanding and peace through tourism, and it's already attracting thousands of visitors from around the world. So just like my own childhood visits to the airport in Guatemala City sparked my own journey, we now have the opportunity to create new models of tourism exchange that enrich nations and foster neighborliness. The flow of millions traveling to marvel at one another's homes can only inspire us to truly understand and appreciate each other, giving new meaning to arrivals and departures and bringing about more peace. Thank you very much.
Please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May I please kindly invite all of you to take your seats, because we would quite like to move on with the next session, which is going to be a high-level ministerial dialogue on building bridges through tourism. Before I start, ladies and gentlemen, in a world shadowed by conflict, travel and tourism stands as a profound act of service, often overlooked, but more powerful than it appears and more transformative than we acknowledge. If war is the darkest expression of human encounter and meeting of nations, tourism is its brightest. It's a gentle revolution, one that expands minds and opens hearts, allowing us to see truth and enabling us to learn more about the world than what our newspapers will tell us. To travel is to share, to listen, and to learn. It is to encounter another's story, and in doing so, reshape your own. In the sacred exchange called tourism, we emerge as a silent but mighty force, one that dismantles assumptions, shatters biases, and reveals the vibrant humanity beneath every label, every divide, and every stereotype. Tourism's role in this fractured world may seem trivial and frivolous, especially to be on this high-level political agenda. But let me assure you, the Secretary General is not underestimating its latent power, because when wielded wisely, tourism can become one of the most potent instruments of peace ever known to mankind. Because in tourism lies a unique power, a soft power, that can transform battlegrounds into bridges, turn wounds into wisdom, and strangers into allies. As we stand here today, for a moment, can we acknowledge how privileged every single one of us are? We are privileged because we stand in the shelter of peace. And as the Secretary General said before, there are still millions who are living in the shadow of war, division, and systemic violence. From Tbilisi, just beyond the horizon, violence echoes less than 1,000 kilometers away. And it's not just full-blown war that I'm talking about. There are 110 armed conflicts going around in some part of the world as we speak. And each of these conflicts is a tragedy, but it is also an opportunity to rebuild what has been destroyed, not just in the physical spaces, but in the hearts and minds of nations. History is witness to this. Rwanda, Bosnia, Colombia, Cambodia, Northern Ireland. Nations that have been ravaged by the unspeakable have risen before from the ashes, embracing tourism as a means to heal and thrive. Think about it. 1.3 billion people cross the international borders every year. Think about the power in that number. That is 1.3 billion opportunities for walls to come down, for hearts to connect across divides. 1.3 billion moments where someone can step out of their bubble of privilege and step into someone else's reality. Now, not every traveler is going to be a beacon of change, and that's perfectly fine. But what if only 1% of that 1.3 billion people became champions of peace? That would mean 13 million ambassadors of hope each year. I call them the peace soldiers of tourism, 13 million peace soldiers of tourism. Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers of tourism, Secretary General of United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikoshvili, Chief Executive of the Executive Council, the Vice Chairs representing the Vice Council, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pride and privilege to welcome you all as we gather to celebrate World Tourism Day, especially so as this year we unite under the vital theme of peace and tourism. A quiet, unstoppable force, a power that can rebrand nations, turn war zones into beacons of hope, and division into dialogue. Welcome one and welcome all. We are now ready to invite 4 ministers of tourism, all of whom have a very fascinating perspective to share, and I'm going to start with the Deputy Minister from Georgia, Her Excellency Miriam Quishvili, who serves as the Deputy Minister in Georgia's Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. Her role places her at the forefront of a transformative period in Georgia's tourism and aviation sectors, and we are privileged to have you, Madam Minister. I especially love how you've spoken about the privilege and responsibility of showing the world not just the picturesque landscapes of Georgia, but the stories of its people, stories of resilience, creativity, and warmth. Welcome. Next, we have His Excellency Aziz Abdul Kakimov, who is the Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection, and Climate Change from Uzbekistan. His leadership embodies a deep respect for Uzbekistan's rich ecological heritage, but also a forward-thinking vision for its future. And what inspired me most, sir, is your personal commitment to engaging with local communities, because you frequently travel to remote regions within Uzbekistan, meet with farmers, activists, and citizens to understand their needs and to ensure the policies that you come up with are not just theories, but useful for those who you are generating it for. Welcome. Next, we have Her Excellency Nabila Farida Tunis, who is the Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs for Sierra Leone. She is a passionate leader dedicated to promoting her country's cultural richness, and with her at the helm, Sierra Leone's tourism industry is already flourishing, and I'm sure her vision for sustainable, community-driven development will continue to shape the future of the sector under her vision. Welcome. And finally, last but not the least, we have Her Excellency Fatima Jafar Al Saifafi, who is the Minister of Tourism for the Kingdom of Bahrain, where she plays a critical role in shaping the country's tourism strategy. Under her leadership, she has encouraged private sector involvement, supporting small and medium enterprises' growth, especially women-led growth in hospitality, and she's striving to create new opportunities for employment. Your Excellency, welcome, and I appreciate how you continue to create a bridge between Bahrain's storied past and its dynamic future. I would love all of you to answer this question, because at the end of the day, some of the biggest transformations happen when, not from books, but when you visit a place. And as leaders, I'm sure your personal encounters with conflict zones or post-conflict zones provide a unique lens into the real human stakes of peace building. If I can start with you, and I would love all of the ministers to respond to this question, please. May I ask you to think of one conflict or post-conflict destination that you would have visited, which completely took you by surprise, made you challenge your preconceived notions, and transformed your perspective on tourism's role in peace building?
Good afternoon, once again. It's working, yes. Once again, good afternoon. I'm very delighted to be part of this panel with my good friends coming from different countries to celebrate World Tourism Day in my home country, Georgia. Well, I think I'd rather talk about my country because it's more personal, and when it comes to conflict, when it comes to wars, when it comes to protecting freedom, our country, our identity, I think we can speak from our heart because every Georgian has gone through the conflict. Every Georgian in this country knows the value of peace and freedom, and we've also witnessed the development of the country, of our own country after the conflict. So even our recent history, and just to give you an overall background, our country's 20% is still occupied by Russia, right? So we, as a nation, still managed, and in Prime Minister's speech, he also highlighted that for last 12 years, our country ensured continuous stability and peace and harmony in the country, which is obviously the outstanding achievement, but at the same time, granted opportunity not only to government, but also, most importantly, small, medium-sized businesses that you've also highlighted in your speech, opportunity to grow, opportunity to invest, opportunity to recruit and create new jobs and develop new industries. So, of course, that has been a breakthrough. And as government and as country, we believe that everything starts from peace. Everything starts from stability, and then, of course, we base everything on it. Most important is obviously to ensure that our citizens feel free. It is a democratic state, and it's very important that everyone has freedom of expression, freedom of speech. But we're also very proud as a small nation that every guest that comes to Georgia, they also feel at home. Yesterday we had opportunity to walk around Tbilisi, right? And our dear guests also witnessed how our old part of the city is actually structured. So you would see Christian Orthodox Church, right next to it you would see synagogue, and right next to it you would see mosque. So this is a very good definition and reflection for centuries how Georgia has developed. A lot of people from different backgrounds, different nationalities, different beliefs. We all live together peacefully and happily, and this is how we've reached to the stage where now Georgia is at the edge of Europe and Asia and continues further development.
Fantastic. Your Excellency, what is your choice of destination going to be that reshaped your vision and view on what tourism can do for peace?
Thank you for your question, and I think all of us understanding that where is some conflict, it's no tourism at all. That's why I can bring the sample of Uzbekistan, my country, and for many thousands of years and for many centuries, we was the center of Silk Road, and the place where different religious mentalities, cultures, languages, civilizations meets, and now I can say we are really peaceful place, and in our country in peace living more than 140 nationalities and nations, and we have all religions, and I can say it's very important to promote this idea. And for example, ordinary Uzbek speaks at least 3-4 languages. So Uzbek, Russian, English, Persian language, and many other languages. And that's why I think it's very important also to promote the idea of our esteemed Secretary General. He is always saying that visas It's something like that divides the people, not unites. So that's why I fully agree with him. I think if all countries will promote this idea, visa-free, and our country also, we had a very good experience to eliminate visas. And now, as I said, we have 95 visa-free countries, and citizens of these countries can easily visit us just buying ticket. So, and also it gives us a lot of economical benefits. So we are developing our economy, we attracting a lot of investment in hospitality and other industries. So that's why only peace can bring us prosperity and development. And also, just let me give also one of our advantages. We also established so-called tourism tourism police. And now, according to the last Safety Perception Index for 2023, Uzbekistan achieved first place in this index as the safest country in the world among 121 countries.
Congratulations, thank you. I should have actually said you can't choose your own country to start with. But because I didn't, I'm on to you, Madam Minister. What would your pick be?
Well, again, thank you very much. And first of all, let me wish everyone a happy World Tourism Day. But again, I have to, reflect on Sierra Leone because it is another post-conflict country. And what struck me, when I was appointed as Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs was the depth of talent and the richness of our culture. And quite frankly, I never realized the nexus between peace and tourism until I was appointed minister. And being a country that had been recovering from, a very, intense civil conflict, there was one thing that we looked into. How could we harness the talent of our young people? The group of people that we refer to now as the Gen Zs, most of them were born during and after the war. And I realized that as Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, interacting, with the wider population, with communities in my country, I realized that the creativity of this group of people was enormous. And what did we do as a ministry? We ensured that, first of all, the structure of the ministry was reviewed in a way to incorporate the creatives and innovation. So now we have an entire directorate that focuses on creativity and innovation. But again, we thought again that it's really important for the ordinary citizen to understand the value of tourism. Because it's one thing to have a beautiful country. It's one thing to have a lot of touristic offerings and products. But again, the people themselves need to understand this value. They have to be involved in preserving and protecting and promoting, the touristic offerings and products that we have. So what we did was to more or less design, what we refer to as the Tourism for All campaign. It's a year-long campaign that seeks to empower communities and ordinary citizens about the value of tourism. And we aim to reach about 3.5 million people. We're actually in the 9th month, and each month is modeled along specific themes. And we're reaching out into communities. Out of the entire country, we've covered about 80%, and we're still moving. And that is focusing basically on domestic tourism, but with international tourism as well. We have entered more into the space of MICE tourism. So this is another strategy that we're using to unearth the potential and the touristic offerings that we have as a country. Thank you.
Fantastic. Madam Minister, last but not the least, what is your pick of destination going to be?
Thank you, Ardana, and thank you for Georgia for hosting this great event that we're so all very happy to be here and to talk about something that is very close to all of our hearts. And I'm sure that Ardana, when the ministers, their excellencies, have spoken about peace, it really came out of the heart. And one thing that comes to mind, a few days ago, leaders of the world joined in the UN General Assembly. And when you hear their speeches, there is one theme that has been constantly brought up in all of their speeches that revolved around peace. And today, with the World Tourism Day revolving as well around tourism and peace, it gives you an indication how important tourism is to factor into peace in all our nations and to global peace. And if I may just take a moment to reflect on the speech that has been given by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and him mentioning that there has to be a commitment to peace building, and it has to be a bedrock for sustainable peace across the world. It also has to be a door opener for having a collective multicultural pluralism, which Bahrain has always been an advocate of. To have collective prosperity is not possible if we don't have peace. And I believe that, you know, joining us today, the Ministers of Tourism always will believe in that. And maybe I will not choose one country that poses a case study, because I do believe that there are so many countries around the world that pose an amazing case study on how tourism has been a beacon of hope for prosperity and for economic growth. But what I will say is that you cannot achieve peace if you do not invest heavily in the local communities who are going to preserve the cultural heritage of the country and also the economic prosperity of the country as well.
Well spoken, all accepted, and you did choose your country because you did quote your Prime Minister and His Royal Highness, but very well chosen words. I will come to you now, Madam Minister. Georgia is at the crossroads of Europe and Asia and has long been a bridge between different cultures, religions, and empires. You also, as you mentioned in your address, you have a history of resilience. You have faced conflict over South Ossetia and Akzapia, as you said. You have the current ongoing war not far from where you are. You have the part of the country which is still occupied. Yet the fact is, all of us are here today because we perceive Georgia to be an extremely safe and secure destination. And all of this experience makes Georgia a country with a very unique perspective and experience on the role of tourism in peace building. My question to you is, on the one hand, you have growing instability in the region around you, and on the other hand, you have the task of communicating to the world that this is a safe and secure destination with all the geopolitical challenges. And on the third side, you have internal challenges that you're grappling with. How do you manage all of that? And how do you use tourism as an instrument of peace?
I think this is an extremely interesting and important question, and you've really touched down to the major challenge that our country is going through for years already. But nowadays, I mean, I think what's going on in the world and the region especially, of course, this challenge has significantly increased. Like you rightly said, but one tiny remark, that we are not currently in a conflict. Unfortunately, though, our country's 20% is yet still occupied. Our government's approach is pragmatic policy. And by that, what we mean and what we prove is that for the last 12 years, we've been having continuous stability, peace for our people and for our guests coming to our country as travelers, as tourists, or as investors. What we've created is an environment for everyone, but first and foremost for our people, right? So safety has always been our #1 priority. And I'm very proud that today, for the last, I would say maybe minimum 5 to 7 years, Georgia is officially ranked as world's safest destination, and we're not going up then number 7, number 8, number 6, and number safety index. Of course, this has granted us opportunity to speak out loud, and like you rightly asked the question, how do we make it happen? And again, response is pragmatic. This answer would not be simple because this includes multiple components and multiple directions. But we remain loyal to one core agenda, which is preserving peace, stability, and safety. Accordingly, of course, tourism is a very, very big part of our culture. And we always say that, you know, we might not have the best service experience, you might find better hotels somewhere else in the world, but what you won't find is the people. Georgians, we always say, we kind of have tourism in our DNA because we have a saying in our culture that a guest is gift from God. And that is why in our home country, we actually don't like calling tourists tourists. We call them guests. And now you can imagine every tourist coming to Georgia for the first time, they feel like they're at home because they feel welcome. They feel the smile coming from the heart. So that has been one of the biggest trigger points why, for instance, our country has one of the biggest trend of travelers coming back. So in average, if you take our statistics, our tourist statistics, one traveler comes back to Georgia minimum 3 times, which is for us a very big compliment. Of course, a lot helps that we have 4-season destination. And of course, we invest heavily in tourism infrastructure and municipal infrastructure. But on top of it, Georgia was one of the first countries also in the region to open up borders. Almost everyone in the world, you all come from different countries. I bet 99.9% of you didn't require visa to travel. We have direct flights to more than 110 routes from this country, up to 60 airlines operating. So our policy is openness for connectivity, openness for no visa requirements, and this has shaped our country's tourism industry's development in such short notice. And it's also another reflection how welcome we are.
Fascinating. I have to say, Georgia, apart from being welcoming and having high degrees of repeat visitation, used to be the only country with its fantastic wine to hand over every guest arriving at immigration a bottle of one of your fantastic wines by the immigration officer. Welcome to Georgia, and here's your bottle of wine.
Well,
which
one
is
final
fantastic.
remark, if I may say, since you touched the wine topic, is that there is only one country in whole world which is the birthplace of wine, which is Georgia, which
There
is
you
scientifically proven. That is why wine has been and is very, very big part of our culture. And yes, multiple times we've done it, that we've gifted souvenir wine bottles to the guests coming into our country at the airports as well as at the land borders.
Excellent. Your Excellency, you mentioned Silk Road. Uzbekistan has been the cultural hub of the Silk Road for centuries. Exchange of culture, trade, and everything happening in the Silk Road. And obviously, instrumental or central to Silk Road has been cross-border collaboration. My question to you is, how are you using tourism diplomacy to foster greater stability in Central Asia? Because it's a big region.
Oh, thank you for the question. I am always saying that hospitality in our DNA. So I think this also gives us a lot of incentives to live in peace and prosperity with our neighbors. And also, I can say we have a very close, let's say we are living like brothers with our neighbors. I give you just one numbers to you. The total population of Central Asia, approximately 70 million. And last year, Uzbekistan was visited more than 7 million visitors from neighboring countries. It means almost 10% of total population of Central Asia visited us. But half of this number, of course, it's Uzbekistan. We have a population 35 million. It means more than even 20% of our neighbors visited Uzbekistan. And recently, we very closely collaborating with my colleagues from neighboring Central Asian countries, and we are developing so-called Silk Visa. It means you can just take one visa and visit all 5 Central Asian countries. Also, we are now participating in many international tourism fairs, exposing our single exposition. For example, in Japan, Japan tourism fair, we participated with a single pavilion, all 5 countries, and we promote Central Asia again. So I can say we don't have any problems with our neighbors. We call it zero problem with our neighbors. And I can say we are also promoting education as one of our key areas to collaborate. Thanks to UN Tourism, in support of UN Tourism, we established Tourism Academy in Samarkand, and we're providing more than 150 scholarships for our neighboring countries. Also, we are promoting Central Asia as a one and single tourism destination. And we have the touristic products which very fit to each other. If we are talking about Uzbekistan, it's cultural tourism, but we have Kazakhstan and Kyrgyz, which is famous for nomadic tourism. So we can combine and get the benefits to proposing cross-country tours and products.
That's a great example of building stronger cultural and economic ties. Thank you very much, Minister. Madam Minister, Sierra Leone in the past has faced a brutal civil war, but it's also a country that has demonstrated the power of reconciliation and rebuilding as an example in the entire region. You have the portfolio of tourism now, but previously you also had foreign affairs and international cooperation. My question is now, what tourism strategies have you put in place to ensure that it's not just the rich, but it's the communities that have been most affected by conflict who are going to be receiving the benefit of your policies? How do you ensure tourism goes to the most needy, the most deserving?
Thank you very much. Again, I may refer again to the Tourism for All campaign, which we rolled out this year, which is, a microcosm of our approach to tourism. We strongly believe in the principle of leaving no one behind. And as a country that understands, the weight of instability, we do realize that some of the root causes of the war was exclusion. So being a tourism minister, understanding as well from an international cooperation aspect and utilizing diplomacy as well within the tourism sector has been one of the key approaches that we have adopted, as a ministry. And through the Tourism for All campaign, we've been able to reach out to each and every nook and cranny of the country to get communities fully involved and fully engaged in tourism. Because one thing we have realized in Sierra Leone, and I'm sure it's the same for several other countries, the current population that is brimming with knowledge, that has a depth of talent, they're the young people. And these people are the future. And these people also understand, the problems that are associated with war. And they also understand that because they have a God-given talent, and the only sector that they can utilize that talent is tourism. So it automatically gives them a space in the development trajectory of our country. So aside from having tourism as a sector that does build, bridges for culture and peace, we've also ensured that it is incorporated in our current medium-term national development as a critical enabler. So things like education are supporting our tourism growth because we're reaching out to communities, harnessing the talent that they have, utilizing education to bring it up to a productive level. And currently in Africa, that the majority of the workforce, about 70% of the tourism workforce are women. And in Sierra Leone, harnessing, the various different talents that we have, from entertainment to weaving to craftsmanship, all sorts of different, skills that we've been able to harness, has given us this saying that every woman has a productive space in Sierra Leone's tourism industry. So we're reaching out to communities, especially those communities that bore the brunt of the war, the ones in the south, the ones in the east, where they went through a horrendous period. And we've brought them on board because it seems as if And I'm sure probably maybe other countries would be interested in doing some studies. I'm not sure whether it's the 11-year war that brought about some amount of resilience and an appetite for creativity in our people. And going into these communities, we realized that we have a depth of talent that needs to be tapped into and brought to the table and brought to a productive level. So we're reaching out aggressively. We're utilizing the different channels that we have, organizing ourselves to get into the communities, bring them to a platform through carnivals. We had open-air carnivals, cultural carnivals, which are open platforms for people to express, their different culture and the talent that they have. And this is what we're bringing together, in our country, and we're promoting that talent. Currently, as Sierra Leone chairs the Women in Tourism Leadership African Committee, and we're having a congress in Freetown from the 29th to the 31st of October next month. And this congress seeks, to move beyond empowerment to access to finance, access to innovation and education, utilizing these tools to build the capacity of women. Because we do know that they do have a space within the tourism industry. But again, it's not, really the space that you would think is, an appreciable space for women. We need to ensure that their capacity is built to that level where they're at a leadership status. And aside from having the Congress, it's also an opportunity for us to reach out to other, similar countries within the region, and also maybe promote an agenda item that will be taken on board by all member states that would seek to promote, and advance women's empowerment within the tourism sector. Interestingly, Sierra Leone did pass a gender equality and women's empowerment bill. So the government is fully and solidly behind the tourism sector because it sees that sector as one sector where we can advance women's empowerment. Thank you very much.
That's a fascinating example because UN Tourism has done a study which says that we have close to 60% women in the lower rungs of hierarchy, but as women climb the ladder, the number of women or the percentage of women in positions of leadership falls with every rung of the career ladder they climb. The public sector does much better than the private sector, where we still only have single-digit women as women CEOs globally. It's something to work on. But thank you very much. Madam Minister, I'm going to pick up on your message of peace, which you shared earlier today. But the fact also is you are in a location which has very complex political landscape. You also have a task of diversifying the economy of Bahrain away from oil. My question is, how does the tourism sector in Bahrain contribute to the broader goal of peace building and international dialogue, especially at scale in the region?
Thank you, Ardana, and that's an excellent question. At the foremost of our priorities, as you rightfully said, is one of the key things that we have started working on and is a part actually of Bahrain's Vision 2030 is diversifying the economy. And I'm happy to say that the recent numbers in the Kingdom of Bahrain, when you look at the tourism contribution in the GDP, fares around 7%, which is quite a high number. And that wouldn't have been possible if the Kingdom of Bahrain didn't create initiatives and a solid ecosystem that supports the local community and the private sector to actually create not only entities that service the tourism industry, but also that ensure that there's a steady flow of job creation as well and sustainability. Which brings me to the point that you just mentioned or highlighted, which is the concept of peace. And I really do believe that without peace in the Kingdom of Bahrain, that wouldn't have been possible. Bahrain has a very unique story when it comes to peace. And I believe that it's one of the only countries in the world where you can actually visit the capital of Bahrain, Manama. And within a 1 kilometer radius, you can visit different places of worship. So within that radius, you can actually visit mosques, churches, the oldest synagogue in the Gulf, a 200-year-old Hindu temple, and that's only within, a very, very closed circle, and all of them within very close proximity. And that just gives you an idea of how the Kingdom of Bahrain decades and centuries ago really built on the fact that it has been a trade hub in the region. Which also brings me to the next point where entities, and whether they're local private sector entities or global entities that wish to open up in Bahrain, wouldn't have seen the opportunity to be part of Bahrain's tourism story if that was not in the tourism DNA of the country, where we use tourism as one of our core principles to build peace. And I still remember the other day I was talking to one of the general managers of one of the 5-star hotels in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and he mentioned the fact that the local community in Bahrain is so strong that him as a general manager, he always finds an abundance of supply when it comes to anything that they need. So for example, when we look at the local farmers in the Kingdom of Bahrain, they have created a sustainable food chain for the hotels in Bahrain, where there's such an abundance of supplies of food that the local or even the 5-star hotels in the Kingdom of Bahrain, they choose to actually go to the local farmers for them to create their menus, create their experiences. And that is just one example of what the Kingdom of Bahrain has been doing to ensure that there is sustainability. And also, one of the other examples, or one of the key initiatives that the Kingdom of Bahrain has worked on, is the King Hamad Global Center for Peaceful Coexistence. And through that center, the Kingdom of Bahrain has managed to create effective dialogue on peace building, effective dialogue on promoting mutual understanding. And I do believe that those kinds of initiatives are, in fact, important factors that assist countries to not just position itself on a global scale, but also position themselves as a global tourism destination.
Thank you very much. I love your example of using religious tolerance as a key pillar for building cultural understanding within Bahrain and also in the region. Thank you. If I can come back to you now, Deputy Minister, and I love that the UN tourism video had a point about misinformation, but it's also not just misinformation, it's disinformation, misinformation, and is it malinformation? Because they all have their own different definitions, don't they? But the truth is, we live in an era where there is a lot of disinformation, or it's rampant misinformation. There is nationalism, there is xenophobia, all of which seems to be gaining traction. What I find interesting is tourism is one of those sectors which is completely capable of challenging these narratives and trends. Because when you go visit a place, or when you bring people face to face with another nation, you look at someone in their eye, you have eaten with them, you've traveled to the country, you start to question the divisive media narratives yourself. And you can actually use that as a fantastic way to disrupt racism and also promote mutual understanding. So in the world that we live in, which is not the best as we see it, how can we ensure that tourism is not just reinforcing the stereotypes, but is actively becoming a tool for dismantling it step by step?
I think today we've all been talking different things, but we all go down to one main narrative, which is tourism connecting people. And I also mentioned in my speech that when we travel, all of us, when people travel, we experience cultures that are significantly different from our own. We meet new people, we understand their cultures, where they're coming from, and their values, and that's when we connect. And that's when we understand that maybe I've read something, oh, this now feels a bit different. So you challenge what you've thought you knew. We as a country, and I bet all of you and everyone sitting in this room have gone through the bad experience of disinformation. We as a nation, we also strive to ensure that we deliver the message. And unfortunately, it's deliberate or it's not deliberate. We all face disinformation. But of course, I would definitely agree with you that tourism could be and is a vital component of fighting disinformation, because disinformation can be fought by people. And again, with tourism, you understand country, you understand its people, you understand their values, and when you travel, you also understand the state of the country. You asked me in previous times, how you managed, how you persuade people that whatever is going on in your region, they should still travel to Georgia, that it's safe. But it's also word of mouth. I'm pretty sure you've decided to travel to a destination because your friend told you so. Yeah? She was there, he was there, recommended. So it's a good value chain that tourism motivates to trigger. But again, what I believe is that this all goes down to human to human and cultural exchange of information. Also, on another note, I think we've also all experienced that when one part of media goes on disinformation, we have another part of media which talks about travel, tourism, all the positive things that are happening rightly in the country. So it's all about bringing in different information through different channels, through different platforms to bring out the message which is true, which correctly reflects the country, its people, and its culture.
Fascinating. Madam Minister, I saw you nodding. Do you want to pitch in and weigh in on what...
Well, certainly, and this is really, really critical for us to have a thriving tourism sector. And it's interesting because yesterday walking around, the city gave me a different impression because most times the perceptions of people influence our decisions, when it comes to tourism. And it depends on how strong your marketing strategy is and how much you reach out into the social media, to portray or, share the value that your country has in tourism. But one thing I have noticed is that we need to make it a habit to visit. Because by visiting Georgia here and walking around the city, and not just visiting for the World Tourism Day, and I must thank you, Zurab, our Secretary General, for incorporating that innovative aspect of the program, because it actually gave us a real feel of what it is like to be in Georgia. And it's erased all the fears that maybe other people may have had. So I think it's really critical for us, to move around more, to understand cultures, because that's the only way that we can influence peace from a global perspective. So what we're doing in Sierra Leone, because we do have a lot of bad publicity. Sometimes you Google Sierra Leone, and the first thing you get to see is the civil war, a war that's ended several years ago. So what we're doing aggressively is to speak to our social media actors, news outlets, for them to post something positive and find a way to erase the negativity that has permeated, the news outlets. And we're asking other people to do that because Africa as well has one of the most authentic aspects of tourism. If we're talking about beauty, we're looking at the people, we're looking at the authentic products that we have. Africa is one place. I was just talking to my colleague a moment ago about the fantastic wildlife that I enjoyed. Things like the Victoria Falls. You come to Sierra Leone, we've got Bonds Island, the most authentic aspect in the transatlantic slave trade. So there are products that I think are more important to focus on rather than the negatives, because everywhere you go, there will be some amount of conflict, but it depends on how you package it. So let's find a way to reach out more, to post something positive, because that's the way we can influence global peace, using tourism as the one and only vehicle that can bring people together. Thank you.
I think it's a fascinating point, Madam Minister, if I can stay with you, because you're also saying tourism not just can be an agent of peace and a catalyst for peace building, it can actually be a fantastic tool to rebuild an image and rebrand a country that has experienced conflict. Perhaps you would want to share very quickly one strategy or a couple of strategies that have really worked in re-establishing the national identity of Sierra Leone after the conflict.
So what we did, first of all, we developed a brand, the Explore Freedom brand. And then we also named the Western chimpanzee, which is becoming extinct, as the national animal. And we have gone on a very aggressive marketing campaign strategy, reaching out to our people in country for them to understand the value of tourism. And that's what we're doing through the Tourism for All campaign. And with the Women's Congress, coming up, that's being done in collaboration with UN Tourism in October, the 29th to the 31st of October, that is going to be another platform which we will use to advance women's cause within Africa. So we understand that the media needs to be more supportive to women, supporting women within the landscape, the tourism landscape, and building their capacity, going beyond empowerment. So let's say, for example, we have several women who are working, as artisans, craftsmanship, and several other sectors within the African continent. They may have some access to finance, but what about the access to digital markets? How can we open up this conversation? How can we get a conversation at the continental level to ensure that policies are incorporated that protect and advance women's empowerment within the tourism sector? How do we use the media to promote, positive stories about those women in the village, in the communities, that have a God-given talent that is only waiting to be unearthed, using the media in a very positive way to showcase and highlight the value that we have as a tourism sector?
Thank you. Your Excellency, I will come back to you, but if I may just...
Start shortly. Please proceed to the conference.
This is mic testing, 1, 2, 3. It's okay. No? Sorry? Oh, this is mic testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you. Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you. Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you. Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you. Distinguished Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you.
ნახე სადوان უწოცხ შორს ვარ და ესე ვერ შვები უეჭველი შეიძლება
Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you. Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you. Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you. Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you. Distinguished guests, the next session will start shortly. Please proceed to the conference hall. Thank you.
გადავარდება აქ ადამიანი მე ნახე ჩასასვლელია კი აი იყო აი
And we are on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with the official handover ceremony of Tourism Doing Business, Investing in Georgia guideline. But before, I'm going to reintroduce and ask someone to come up on stage who obviously stands at the helm of global tourism. He's a visionary whose leadership has transcended borders, cultures, and challenges. And he has had a few of those to tackle. When Zurab Pololikashvili took the helm of UN Tourism as Secretary General, it was an industry that had brought to its knees by the global pandemic. Yet, in the depths of uncertainty, Zurab saw not defeat or despair, but an opportunity to rebuild, to reimagine, and reignite the spirit of travel. He stepped forward and did so with unshakable resolve. Recognizing that tourism is a living, evolving industry, he also ushered in a new era of innovation. He introduced groundbreaking initiatives focused on startups, education, entrepreneurship, and investment. Zurab has also expanded the very definition of tourism, introducing new streams like wellness, sports, culture tourism, diversifying the industry in ways that has expanded its reach and relevance. Loved by his team, respected by the entire world, and trusted for his vision, Zurab leads with his head, heart, and a profound belief in the power of travel to uplift, transform, and unite us all. You've heard him say this before, and I'm sure he will say this many times. Yes, tourism can and tourism will change the world. Please welcome back on stage the Secretary General of UN Tourism, His Excellency Zurab Pololikashvili.
If my parents listen these words, they will kiss you, you know. Thank you. I'm so happy and so glad to be here again. I will repeat it these days that I'm extremely happy to have all my friends here in Georgia. It's a unique chance for me to host you. I'm not hosting you, Mariam, and our dear Deputy Prime Minister is hosting you. Investments and investment guidelines. Let me to talk a little bit how the story started. When it was 2009, the Minister of Economy of Georgia, the main objective and main priority was to attract foreign direct investment here in Georgia, because we were in the transaction of hard times, and tourism was under my portfolio, and it's always better and easy to sell opportunities in tourism industry, because you can sell the mountains. You saw how nice and beautiful is my country, and I mean, you can give a chance and to talk a lot about industry and other sectors, but tourism is always easy to sell, emotionally, let's say. And we have a lot of things to sell emotionally. So this was that part, and we were talking. We were talking with investors, with the foreigners. It was the time when, step by step, the international visitors were coming more and more. They didn't know our country. You know, it was a transition from ex-Soviet times. I'm talking about the long-term period, and that was the best opportunity to talk and to sell. Then, this is 20 years ago. Then now, when me and Natalia, we created, and UN Tourism created, not me and Natalia, created a department for investments, we decided to help and support countries to attract foreign direct investments. And again, now I will go to Natalia. Natalia, she is from Colombia. We started from Latin American countries because we had a very strong and good partner which is CAF. CAF is the international bank. We don't have money. We are a very poor organization. And CAF, they told us, okay, guys, if you do and if you make this investment guidelines, we will support it. So we started with Latin American countries to create invest in tourism guidelines. What we wanted to say that we wanted to support countries to talk with the investors, to explain them why they have to invest. And I will be very easy and very simple, like iPhone, you know, why you have to invest in certain country in tourism industry. We talk with the member states. They explain us. All of them are different, of course, geopolitically point of view, the different kind of legislation, different kind of incentives they have. And one by one, we started from Latin American countries. I remember very well the first edition we made, again, because of Natalia and because of me, maybe me, why? Because I'm very big friend of Dominican Republic. We made Colombian Dominican Republic together at the same time. And it worked, you know. And we had immediately the queue of countries asking that, I want this, it's a super project. And step by step, during the 1.5 years, we started to create these interesting books. Of course, as we are in Georgia, we worked, and it's not easy, you know. Imagine to make a small poem, let's say. You need at least 6-8 months to think, to have information, to make some small book. But it's not easy to make this book, and we already made more than 20 no? More or less 20 investment guidelines worldwide. Georgia, what you have to do, you have to come first, and then you have to invest. These are two must things to do. And we have here our Deputy Prime Minister. We have excellent team, Mariam, who worked about this nice edition. This is kind of a showcase. I want to tell to all our member states how and why and when and how we will promote the investment opportunities for any countries. We have different members today, and I want to thank to Misha Hidorelli. He is the head of investment department, Invest in Georgia, Tornike, who is another good friend who worked regarding this book. But what is the idea? With this book, I always say that we don't need this book in our office. We need these guidelines going to talk directly with the private sector, to talk with the concrete people, with embassies, with the people who can sell this product. Product means the country to attract foreign direct investment. Now we are in Georgia. I don't know where is our dear minister from Uzbekistan. And this is another excellent and nice showcase. Why? Because with Uzbekistan, this is first time ever we made investment guidelines in Chinese language. And we are going to do it in Arabic. We are going to do it in Spanish. Fortunately, we did always in English. But the idea is to support and to explain to the people why they have to invest in Georgia. Why you have to invest in Georgia? Because once you land, once you are here, you have all government giving a green light to you. There are many different kind of incentives, and about concrete details, my colleagues and my friends, they will explain to you better. But there is emotional part and there is this part, that part. Emotional part is done. We had excellent evening yesterday, all of us. But in figures, in numbers, and on the paper, everything is there. So it's my honor and it's my pleasure to present first investment guidelines in tourism in Georgia. So thank you. I'm sure that with you, with your channels, we have WTTC. WTTC is the very big organization who has access to different very important and big names in tourism industry. Unfortunately, 50% they are here, 50% they are not. Virginia, you represent Julia, you represent WTTC, and also we have World Tourism Alliance, which is another big conglomerate from the China, kind of WTTC in China. We have GTEF, where is Jason? I don't see him. I mean, we want to bring this group of strong and interesting people everywhere. It's not about only Georgia. This is just a nice showcase what we are doing and what we want to do. And it's my pleasure to give first edition of this guidelines to my dear Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economy, Mr. Levan Davitashvili. If you are not mind, I want to ask you to be with me. This is VIP edition, you know, it's in cover.
Well, Your Excellency, Secretary General, but for me, dear brother, dear friend, dear Zurab, it's a great pleasure to host everyone in this place, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's a great pleasure to celebrate World Tourist Day in Georgia. We are really honored to host this very important gathering of experts and leaders of tourism industry in our capital, Tbilisi. This year's theme, Tourism and Peace, it's so symbolic for Georgians. It has a very important significance for us, but I think that for the whole world as well. For us, because the last 3 decades we had several wars, and there are very few countries who survived several wars, and each and every generation in Georgia knows what is the importance of peace. And this is not something that you find out from books of history, but of course this is something that we all experience. So this is a very important theme this year, and I think that without, and especially tourism is so connected to peace. Without peace there is no tourism. And of course, tourists can contribute peace among the nations because tourism is more than just a part of economy. Tourism is not only like contributed to economic growth, it's not only income, but it's of course very important for cultural, people-to-people exchange, and then definitely contributed to peace and friendship among people and among nations, of course. For Georgia, this topic is very important because we are the economy, as Zurab mentioned, which is so much driven by foreign direct investments. And for every emerging market, I think that FDIs are very important for their economic transformation and economic growth. Now, I remember times when Georgia was totally unknown, but still we struggled with the awareness about our country. And this is a chance, a good opportunity, this kind of international meetings and gatherings to demonstrate the progress of our country and also progress of our reforms in our economy. We are very open economy. We are one of the most liberal economies in the world. We are promoting economic freedom and open market. We have very friendly business environment. We have free trade regimes with 1/3 of the global world. With more than 2 billion people, we can trade in free trade regimes. We don't really impose any barriers to trade, neither for goods nor for services. This is our philosophy. We are the only country having free trade agreement with China, and at the same time we are, candidate of EU membership. So we have deep and comprehensive free trade area agreement with the European Union. Also, we have free trade agreement with the neighborhood, all ex-Soviet countries, Turkey, and we are in active negotiations with other big economies. Of course, COVID pandemic affected every country and every economy, including Georgia. But we have one of the fastest recovery from pandemic. We had double-digit economic growth in 2021. That continued in 2022, and last 3 years, our economic growth was 9.7%, which was one of the highest in the world, and we are still keeping this high economic growth this year. Year-to-date economic growth, first 7 months is also 9.7%. Macroeconomic parameters are very stable. This is very boring probably, but I think this is very important as well, because when we talk about investments, investors should have an idea about the economy. So we are very conservative regarding macroeconomic policy. We managed to put inflation under control. We were one of the first countries after pandemic who really managed to put inflation under control. Current inflation is under 2%. This is in the target range. Also, we have one of the lowest public debt compared to our GDP, which is below 40%. And we also keep very low budget deficit, which is in the range of 2%. So with high economic growth and very low inflation, which is dream for many countries, I think we demonstrated we are quite resilient to external shocks, and we are not in easy geopolitical situation, but Georgia's economy demonstrated significant resilience to these external economic shocks. This is, of course, fed by our general policy. This is not only prudent macroeconomic policy, but also general policy is very important. The policy which puts peace and stability as a high priority. For us, predictability is very important for economic development. And with only economic development, we can really achieve the improvement of our livelihood of our society and real transformation of our society. So our focus is pretty much on peace and stability and very friendly relationship with all the neighbor countries. It's very hard, but it's very important for us to create stable and predictable environment for businesses. When we talk about the nature of our economy, of course, it's, as I said, there's a very liberal economy, open, without barriers to trade, but also business climate is very important for us. It's a private sector driven economy. We believe in private sector investments. We believe in private sector and market economy principles. Of course, prudent macroeconomic policy is important, but we try to promote private investments, and there comes our Enterprise Georgia, which is integral part of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, which is an important instrument to promote small and medium enterprises. And I'm sure this will be presented in Misha's presentation, what are the major tools promoting each and individual sector, plus general SME support mechanism and so on, which are put in place. But one information is probably very important. In general, we are ranked number 7 in terms of easiness of doing business. According to the last ranking from the World Bank, we try to keep this very high rank in updated rank. It's a constant work of improving business environment and business climate in the country. In terms of foreign direct investments, again, according to OECD, foreign direct investment restrictiveness index, we are ranked number 8. So we are one of the top countries who welcomes foreign direct investments. That's why we are open to quality investment, but I have to emphasize the quality investments which are important for the economy, which can build capacity within the country and have spillover effect on our economy. So we are really open to investments from every country. And I think that this presentation, this guide, supported by UNWTO, is a very important tool convincing investors that Georgia is the right destination to invest and is to invest in the hospitality sector. Regarding tourism sector, this is a very important part of our economy. It's very inclusive. It is presented in every region of our country, and it has a very special role for our economy. Initial phase of our tourist development was mostly driven by private sector initiatives, but now with well-organized and structured policy, we try to speed up the process of investments and improve the quality infrastructure in tourism sector. So we have a number of tools, again, provided by Enterprise Georgia. These are so-called preferential loan schemes, also subsidies for the franchise fees for branded hotels, and many different other incentives for hospitality investments. And we will continue this because we need to, again, promote quality infrastructure in hospitality sector so that we can host more tourists and we can get more economic benefit out of that. Recovery in tourist sector was strong in Georgia 2023. We fully recovered in terms of revenue from pandemic, and this year our expectation is that we will again grow in terms of tourist revenues. Also, number of visits are growing in Georgia, but we are focused on quality tourism and sustainable tourism. Georgia is really a unique country with its unique nature and biodiversity. In the European continent, you rarely find the country with wetlands and rainforests and also semi-arid places. So everything you find in Georgia is very special. In very close distance from the big capitals like Paris or Berlin, you can fly and find really a unique wildlife in our country. But this should be sustained. So we are promoting responsible tourism policy so that we really respect nature and sustainability topic is a high priority on our agenda. Sustainability regarding it's not only about nature; it's also like the effect about the cultural and social structure. These are important topics for us. So yes, we target economic growth, we target the growth of revenues in tourist sector, but at the same time, we try to develop this sector in a very sustainable way. I talked about foreign direct investments, and yes, for economy, this means a lot. Not only it's a sharing of know-how, but it's also a significant contributed to our economic growth. When I talked about these figures of economic growth, this is contributed also by foreign direct investments. Last 3 years, we have around $2 billion foreign direct investments from different countries in our economy, which is more than 5% to our GDP, and I think this is a very high figure compared to similar economies that demonstrates that we are open to foreign direct investments and we are also efficient in attracting foreign direct investments. Also, the nature of these investments are very diverse. It's diversified in different sectors of economy, and also geography is very diverse. Almost 50% comes from European Union, then the UK, Middle East neighborhood, and other countries. So it is very diversified. Georgia's economy is mostly service-oriented economy, and tourism is a big part of this. But new sectors are emerging, including tech and innovations and so on. So we try to, again, have this diversified economy, and we try to bring these technological advancements to real economy, to different sectors of economy, and this is promoted by the ministry. So I think that overall, I try to present economic fundamentals, which are the basics for basic incentives for making investment decision. Of course, in tourism, we have different specificities, and I think that over these few days you will have chance to get more information about the areas of interest in tourist sector. But I have to mention that, like in many other countries, Georgia, in addition to beautiful nature, can offer unique cultural experience, also unique gastronomic experience, and wine experience as well. And tomorrow we will visit one of the wineries and have a chance to discover the Georgian wine traditions, which are 8,000 years long. This is the birthplace of wine. Worth to mention once we are in Georgia. So that's important also to our culture and tourism, and also to our economy. So I think that doing tourist business and investing in Georgia is a very good initiative, and for this I want to express my gratitude to United Nations Tourist Organization for their support. We are happy that Georgia is included in this very good initiative and very productive initiative, Dias Europe. Thank you for that, and thank you for attention, and especially thanks for visiting us, and I hope that you will enjoy your stay in Georgia. Thank you.
Congratulations, Deputy Prime Minister. 9.7% growth in this current climate, when parts of the economy, especially in the Western world, are edging closer to recession. Sounds absolutely fascinating. Thank you very, very much. Now, the Secretary General has already given such a fantastic introduction to her, so I'm not going to try and match up. But it is my absolute pleasure to welcome on stage a force of innovation within UN Tourism, Natalia Bayona, who is the Executive Director for UN Tourism. Not only is Natalia the first person under 40 to reach this position, Bloomberg calls her one of the 10 most influential Colombians in Spain and one of the most influential Latin Americans. She is a young shaper at the World Economic Forum, one of the 100 top world leaders in innovation, according to Kotek. She has championed programs within UN Tourism that has resulted in remarkable progress in advancing sustainable practices, fostering economic growth, sustainability, education, and equality. Ladies and gentlemen, her vision doesn't just stop there, because her efforts are shaping the future of tourism in real time. She is a true inspiration to us all. Please join me in welcoming Natalia Bayona, the Executive Director of UN Tourism, on stage, as she will be presenting the investment opportunities in Georgia.
All right, Hannah, what a job, you know? You are a good journalist. You know everything, so it's true. My passion is innovation, and I love this country, and the Secretary General knows maybe this is the most challenging guideline that I have done, because it's the Georgian guideline, no? It's not the Colombian guideline. So today, it's my pleasure to share with you what we have done with Enterprise Georgia, what we have done with the UN Tourism, Cordula, Antonio, Peter, the whole team that is here, of course, promoting what we love the most, the economy for the most human economic sector. So let's talk a little bit on how is the world when it comes to investments, and where is tourism? What has tourism to offer? Before I start talking about economy, I want to talk about what is happening in foreign direct investments in the world. Our sister agency, UNCTAD, reports or creates the report on global investments, and I have to say that when it comes to foreign direct investments, investments are like a roller coaster in the world, up and down. And of course, 2020 for everyone was a challenging moment, thanks to COVID, but challenges are all around. It's not by coincidence that we are bringing the private sector today to promote investments in a moment where there are more than 65 conflicts all around the world and where geopolitical tensions are there. And for an investor, security and confidence and trust are part of their agenda. So what is happening in the world? When it comes to foreign direct investment, who is leading? By far, you can see there, Asia and the Middle East are leading investments. They're the ones capturing the whole foreign direct investment with $621 billion receiving in the world. Then North America, Latin America is emerging, 193 billion, Africa, but look how curious this is. Europe is the slowest region when it comes to investment and when it comes to foreign direct investments. And why? Why do you think this is happening? And I am seeing here a lot of investors in front of me, but this is the result of geopolitical tensions and war. After the Ukrainian war, the first time in our history that the foreign direct investments in Europe dropped for the first time. So last year, the number was negative. The good thing, this year, the number is positive, but look, they are number 5 in the rank as a region. This is the importance of tourism and peace to assure that investors and that the economy grows. So more than ever, tourism has a say. And as I was mentioning before, the result is a roller coaster full of instability. And in the case of Europe in 2023, the region attracted 9% of the whole world foreign direct investment. So there's a lot to do. In our house, there is Europe, in the house of UN tourism, and in the house of the most mature region when it comes to tourism. When it comes to tourism, what is happening? In tourism, it's happening quite the opposite. So that's very good news. So when you see the global investment report, services are going up in the world. Tourism is booming, and when it comes to foreign direct investment, in the last 5 years, the world have been receiving, or tourism has been receiving 2,600 projects, greenfield projects, new projects, accounted on capital investment in more than $129 billion. And tourism is expecting to create more than 400,000 new jobs. At the end of the day, 49% of the investments that the investors do in tourism is really focalized in hotels. That's why we really thank what the Deputy Prime Minister said and our Secretary General mentioned. When we promote tourism, we don't need only to promote hotels. That's incredible, of course, because without accommodation and without airlines, we cannot do tourism. But we need to go farther to promote entrepreneurship, to promote digitalization, to promote technology. At the end of the day, we have a strong cluster, and today is really concentrated only in hotel infrastructure. 805 new projects are coming to Europe with $43 billion investment, more or less $53 million per investment. So it's very good for the economy and it's very good for Europe. Who are investing in Europe? The United States is a top investor in Europe when it comes to tourism. The UK, Spain, Germany, France, Netherlands, Switzerland, China, Thailand, India. Of course, this table, this ranking, this was made in collaboration with the Financial Times, with all the data that, eats on their databases. But we have to say that the mature destinations, of course, are investing in a mature region like is Europe. So in general, and just to conclude this global economic framework, top foreign direct investment in destinations in Europe, in Central and Eastern Europe, of course, is growing, and it keeps growing. Georgia ranks the 4th largest average capex per project in Central and Eastern European. And of course, we are here to present the results that we did together with the private sector and with the ministry on why it's important to invest in this country. What is the ABC for the private sector to invest here? The guidelines, as the Secretary General mentioned, this is a tool for our member states. I see smiles from Hungary, from Israel, from Sierra Leone, from Zimbabwe, from Jamaica. So ministers, we are here to work together on this. Dominican Republic, of course. So why we are doing this? Because at the end of the day, we need to promote that the private sector is connected with the public sector and that we can assure that the economy is growing thanks to tourism. So this framework was created, and basically when you see the book or when you see the flyer, there's a QR code that is in your seats, where you can download the guideline. By basically, the guideline is divided in different chapters. The first chapter is the macroeconomics, so why investors need to invest in Georgia. Briefly speaking, Georgia is growing 5% in average, the GDP, since the last 10 years. So first of all, for an investor, stability and growth. Second of all, 39% of growth of foreign direct investments as well. I don't know so many countries that have been growing by 39% in foreign direct investments. Third of all, 24% is the increase of international tourism revenue. And, of course, 800 million foreign direct investments greenfield in the tourism cluster. So if I see this, I'm not an investor yet, Jerry, but if I did see this kind of data, of course, my due diligence will be easier. Then the economic outlook, as I was mentioning, that's why I love data and economics. Numbers are there. So in 2023, Georgia has had an historic moment, 30 billion jumped into the increase of the GDP. Of course, the GDP, as I was mentioning before, is expecting to keep growing. Tourism is expecting, today accounts 7% of the GDP of the country, 4.7 million tourists. And, of course, here, the graphic speaks by itself. After COVID, there's a rebound of the country. Second chapter of the guideline is the investment outlook. So, of course, 3 numbers that to me are key. First number, in 2022, the country experienced the highest investment inflow ever recorded in the history, $2.3 billion dollars in investments. Second of all, in 2023, what is happening in the country? 1.9 billion, the second highest level inflow in investments in the history of the country. And last but not least, what is happening this year? Of course, it's again ranking, and the preliminary data says that for the first half, the FDI's inflow 1.1 above again the next year. So the country keeps growing and growing and growing. It's good. It's a good moment. Who is investing? Mature destinations are investing again. The UK, the Netherlands, Azerbaijan, Turkey, the US, Luxembourg, China, Russia. So at the end of the day, the whole ecosystem from all around is bringing their capital here to invest. And who is doing what, no? So key points here. 3 new announced projects in the last 5 years. $352 million invested, 540 jobs created, Kakheti and Tbilisi are the two hotspots in terms of tourism development, and the main investors, US and China, as always, in emerging destinations. So what is happening here is an example of what can happen in the mid-future in emerging destinations as well. So when it comes to startups, my thematic, the young generations and the technology, we can see this speaks by itself, and I love this, Minister. It's incredible how the country has been evolving. 2020 was the tipping point to start in emerging technologies. Before, Georgia was a developer of seed technology, that is the blue one. The purple one is pre-seed, but today, in 2023, if you can see, the market has been evolving so much when it comes to the creation of startups, the creation of the innovation ecosystem. So at the end of the day, I have seen that Georgia raised $37 million just for entrepreneurs the last year. That's incredible because it's how we can diversify the tourism cluster and not only focalize it in hotel management. Last but not least, maybe the most important chapter for investors, the projects, no? Are they public? Are they private? Are they public-private? So here, with Enterprise Georgia and with the ministry, we create some priorities. So for today, we bring some of them. The most important one maybe is the master plan and development of Caltubo. The aim is to complete 10 real estate new projects, $200 million on investments, 3,000 new jobs. And of course, we have Chakbi, and of course, mountain resorts, the Gomarduli Resort, promoting wellness, sports, recreation. So at the end of the day, the projects are there, seeking for investments. So just to end and to give the floor to the private sector, or to the representation of the private sector, and of course to the national government. With a country that is growing 5% in average over the past decade, is by far a solid economy, and it's full of stability in terms of economics. Again, tourism revenues have surged by 24%, and tourist spending, this is really important, has doubled the amount since 2019. So these are exceptional opportunities to all. And again, we are here to promote, to invest in Georgia, and to talk with the private sector. Once again, thank you to all, to the media, to the influencers, to the journalists, to all the people that are here together, because we are one force. We are here to really assure how this economic sector, this human economic sector, can change the life of the people. I come for a beautiful country where peace is today established, but conflict was part. And for the ones that have been in Colombia, they have seen that transformation. So it's not by coincidence that we are having here the private sector, because without the private sector, we are not able to succeed as an economic sector. So thank you again. I hope that I did my best. So I hope that I did a good presentation promoting Georgia. And now the floor is back to, you're happy. So if he's happy, I'm happy. Aradhana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. I think you're going to get an honorary citizenship at the end of this World Tourism Day celebration. Next up, it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Mikhail Kidureli, who is the CEO of Enterprise Georgia. Under his leadership, Enterprise Georgia has been at the forefront of driving economic growth and attracting investment to the country. He is now going to present on Georgia investment opportunities, highlighting the unique potential that Georgia offers as a dynamic and growing destination for tourism investment. Please join me in welcoming Mikhail Kidureli to the stage.
Thank you so much. First of all, special greetings to our friend, Secretary General, Mr. Zura. Welcome to Georgia, dear guests. We had an opportunity to listen to a beautiful presentation done by Natalia. So what I will do, I will specifically divert into the specific Georgian investment opportunities and maybe talk a little bit more about the special incentives that we have, macroeconomical advantages. And I will start my presentation by listing down some unique selling points about Georgia. You guys all know that we are located in a very strategic location between East and West, acting as a gateway between these two worlds. We are well connected and easily accessible. And first of all, we have mentioned today we are 7th easiest places to do business in the world, just next to United States, which ranks number 6. That means that the bureaucracy level in the country is so low. We are number 3 as the least tax burden country as well by World Bank. Our taxation system is very business friendly. It's one of the lowest you can find around the world. We are number 18 as the safest country in the world, equally important for investments as for the tourism. And of course, you know that we are a welcoming people, guest-loving people, and this is why we have visa-free regime and our doors are open for nationals out of 98 countries. And for some of you have already enjoyed Georgian hospitality, you know about our vibrant culture and life diversity that we have. A little bit about our economic outlook. It was mentioned, but I'll just summarize. Our GDP in 2023 amounted to 30 billion USD, and real GDP growth was 7.5%. I think this is remarkable if you consider the economic turbulence around the region. Politically, socially, culturally, what happened around us, and Georgia had maintained a resilient 7.5% growth. And more importantly, investors who are already in Georgia, they do trust investment climate and they have reinvested 66% of their funds. That means that there is trust and there is a future perspective. FDI to GDP ratio, one of the highest in the region and beyond, and 1.9 billion USD, another record hit in 2023. In terms of additional rankings, what is the world organizations are talking about us, as the minister said, 8th as the least FDI restrictive country in the world. That means that our policies are very FDI friendly. We do not differentiate between a Georgian businessman and foreign investor. Their rights are absolutely equal. We are number 1 in terms of the rule of law in Eastern Europe and Central Asian region. And Georgia was nominated as the most desirable emerging destination in 2022 by Wanderlust. And you guys all know this is not the news. Our country's European aspirations, which was granted the EU candidacy in last December, which means we are one last step closer to EU membership. In terms of the time you save on the paperwork, this is important. We always try to design our presentation as a business plan, right? So when you're an investor, you're busy, right? So every time, every second that you spend means money for you. This is why we have compared Georgian bureaucracy with other countries, and you can see that starting a business in Georgia takes just 1 day. If you compare it to OECD high-income average countries, you can see that the comparison is really, really big. So it takes 9 days in OECD high-income average countries to start your business. It just takes 1 day, and if you pay a little bit extra, like $20 more, you're gonna get it 2 or 3 hours. Same thing for registering a property, construction permits, number of tax payments. This is how easy it is. In terms of the tourism represents 7.1% of our GDP, which means that tourism is one of the biggest contributors in the GDP sector, but not the only contributor. And we understand that in the turbulent time that we live in, the country's economy has to be diversified, and diversified it is in Georgia, which means that we have to stress on that, but we have to also make sure that we have to increase our tourism offerings, we have to increase the quality of tourism. We are serving 110 destinations from Georgian airports. 54 airlines are flying. Tbilisi Airport has served more than 3 million international visitors. Same thing for Kutaisi, another record high, 1.6. And the third airport we have on the seaside, it has served over 1 million international travelers. Of course, you know we have a lot of international brands that gives additional assurance to investors. Pretty much all big chain brands are presented to Georgia, and we have the opportunity to be in one of them today. In terms of the rooms, we have 48,000 hotel rooms in Georgia, and the revenue that we have generated from tourism was 4.2 billion. This is another record high that we hit. And ADR in large branded hotels, just for the information, is 142 USD. But as we understand, as the economy grows, of course, the ADR is going high, which is a natural, healthy state of the economy. In terms of the salaries, we always try to compare salaries. Again, as a business plan, if you invest in hospitality sector in Georgia, what will be the salaries? So again, average monthly salary for a housekeeper, for the receptionist, for the hotel manager, you can see the comparisons with Bulgaria, Romania. I'm not even talking about the Western European countries. So Georgian labor force, being very professional, is still very competitively priced. Again, we never say the cheap labor force, because cheap means low quality. Our labor force is very professional, but coming from the fact that we're still an emerging economy, we're still very competitive in terms of the salaries that you can get. Another area where investor is saving a lot of funds is operational costs. Electricity, industrial gas, water, again, you can see comparisons to Serbia, Hungary. Water is 5 times cheaper in Serbia, for example. Again, this is, when you build in all this information into your business plan, it really gives you a very, very positive outlook. As we talked today, a lot of times we have one of the best taxation systems in the world. We have only 6 flat taxes. We have 15% corporate profit tax. We have 20% personal income tax, 18% VAT, and less than 1% property tax. In addition to this, we have a so-called Estonian model, which means that every time investment is reinvested, you don't pay corporate profit tax. So if you decide not to distribute the dividend, you are not taxed by the government. This is one of the reasons why we have such a high rate in reinvestments. Again, I tried to squeeze in all the information very quickly into one presentation. Of course, we have a more diverse guidelines, so if you're interested in any specific area, we have a special investment catalog that we can offer you. We have government projects, we have private sector projects in hospitality, in real estate, residential, commercial. So please free to let us know, and I hope that you enjoy your stay in Georgia. Thank you once again for the opportunity.
Mihail Kidureli, thank you very, very much. As the driving force behind innovation, job creation, and sustainable business practices, private companies have a unique ability to shape the future of tourism. By collaborating with governments and international organizations, the private sector can promote responsible tourism that fosters cross-cultural understanding, supports local communities, and creates economic stability, especially in regions that have been afflicted by conflicts or instability. In this sense, we've heard the Secretary General speak before, we've heard the Deputy Prime Minister speak before, we heard the CEO of Invest Georgia speak before, we heard Natalia speak before, and I'm going to have her come back up on stage to moderate a panel on how, you want a break? Technical break so we can put the chairs up, if you don't mind, please. 5 minutes, bear with us. But Natalia and the panel are going to discuss how private sector collaboration is not just about economic growth, but about building cultures and building bridges across cultures. 5 minutes and we will be back up on stage. Thank you. Natalia, the stage is all yours. Oh my God. Oh my.
Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly. Thank you.
We're ready, no? We're ready? So we are ready. Here, no? Here? So we're ready. It's time to make the private sector shine, no? As we mentioned, there's no tourism without the private sector. So I'm really honored to introduce to this panel because some of them are mentors, are inspirations, not only for me, but also for the UN tourism family. So first of all, I would like to introduce one person that has been leading the way, not only in the US, his hometown, but also in the Middle East, where we were mentioning that the investments are booming. So I would like to introduce with a warm applause to Jerry Incerillo, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Dirija company in Saudi Arabia. Second of all, this is another inspiration to the UN tourism family, coming from the Maldives. And this is really a person that has been part of our journey. And he's now seeking for more emerging investments as far as I understood. So let's give a warm applause to Mr. Mohammed Ali Hanan, the Group Chairman for Hotels and Resorts Investment in Maldives. So both of them, at the end of the day, are special advisors to the Secretary General on investments and ambassadors of UN tourism. And then I'm really honored, to bring to the stage to a woman. It's very difficult to find a woman leading the way in investments and in the private sector. So representing the world of the private sector, Ms. Virginia Messina, Senior Vice President of the World Travel and Tourism Council, WTTC. So, welcome to stage. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Jerry, you have been investing all around the world. What do you have to say? Why peace, security, and trust, of course, are the big names for an investor? Why do you think that more than ever we need to assure peace in our world?
Yes, thank you. Salam alaikum. Thank you, everybody, for being in the beautiful city of Tbilisi and the great country of Georgia. It's my 4th time here, so I'm really grateful to the Secretary and all the Georgians for their hospitality. Very briefly, I come, as you know, from a very poor family, so I had to start working in hotels illegally as a boy of 13, and all of a sudden, my tourism journey is now 57 years. So I've seen the greatness of bringing people together, the opportunity of tourism to take street kids like me and to give a great opportunity for young people, for women all over the world. You can't have the prosperity that our industry has given the world without peace. And the one thing that's beautiful, there's the great musician Sting. He says that we may not share the same ideology, but we share the same biology. We all bleed the same, but if you think about how differently we dance, we sing, we cook, we dress, there's something beautiful about that. So having been to 160 countries now, and to see the different cultural diversification around the world, there's no greater proponent for that than tourism. So with peace, with prosperity, we're seeing it in abundance now in the Middle East, especially our beloved Saudi Arabia. We had 100 million visits at the end of 2013. It's a great time to bring peace and prosperity to the world. Nobody does it better than tourism, and that's why we're here to support the initiative from United Nations Travel.
Thank you so much, Jerry. So, Mohammed, you know, last time that we were together, we were in the Maldives with Soritza and with the Secretary General, and we were in an amazing hotel that was your hotel. But what we loved about this situation is all the history. Remember, Soritza, that everything was made by the local communities, the art, the orchids, everything was purely connected with the community. But yesterday night, you told me that you had a way of innovating on investments. Let's talk a little bit about what you're thinking and about how luxury and invisible luxury needs to evolve when it comes to tourism.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for having me here and for all the hospitality being accorded to us. And Natalia, always a pleasure to meet you and to have a conversation like this. The Maldives was last occupied by the Portuguese 450 years ago. So we have not known anything other than peace for the last 450 years. So I think this is the success story of our country. But we are now in the crossroads of huge geopolitical interest because we occupy almost 1 million square kilometers of water in the Indian Ocean. And there are about 100,000 ships and $3 trillion of cargo moving through our waters from the Middle East, from Europe to the Far East. So we have become, like the center of attraction for two large countries, and there's a lot of geopolitics. So we are trying to tread a very careful balance, and Maldives need peace to sustain as one of the top tourism destinations in the world. Tourism didn't come just like that to Maldives. It came by chance. In the early 1970s, when a UN tourism expert had ruled out tourism in the Maldives, the first president of the Maldives asked the UN at that time to do a study, and the expert advised that tourism wouldn't survive in Maldives because it's logistically too difficult because we have islands across the ocean. So, but today we proved, and some pioneers, and I'm from the second generation, we uplifted the tourism. And you have seen our resort, because from 4-star, 2-star, 4-star, and I can be proud that I have been part of that story to uplift the Maldives to another level. What you were discussing with me last night, yes, I have something very interesting right now. And this is, I mean, it's a formula, right? But I don't mind telling the audience here. I am building a private island right now, the most exclusive private island, probably in the world. So I am not going to sell this as, on a daily rate. I'm going to auction this. This island, people have to auction to come there. So we're going to have blocks across the, different parts of the year, and partly I live there. So it would be like a Necker Island by, Richard Branson. So I'm going to market this as a new concept, and I'm speaking to Sotheby's if they can, auction this, So this is a new concept we're going to bring to the Maldives. So I think that's what you just mentioned. That's my answer.
That's absolutely innovative, innovating in the way people are investing. Good tourism comes to good islands, and at the end of the day, they pay back to our community. So, as always, very good to listen to that. Virginia, we are Latin Americans. You come from the top country when it comes to tourism in Latin America. You're Mexican, but you're representing the private sector from your heart, from your personal opinion. Why is needed more than ever to connect the private sector and the voice of the private sector to assure the growth of our human economic sector?
Thank you, Natalia, and it's my great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Secretary General. this is an amazing country, and I'm so pleased to be here. So it is just as a bit of background for those that are not familiar with the World Travel and Tourism Council. We were formed about 30 years ago to bring the whole private sector together across the whole of the travel and tourism industry. As we know, we represent various different industries, and what we're there to do is precisely what Natalia said: bring the voice of the private sector and partner with governments to really support them in the role of understanding the value of our sector. And we do this through various different ways. Obviously, a main one is through data, and data to understand not just that direct impact, but the impact that our sector has also through the supply chain. Because we cannot just say travel and tourism represents all those dollars or euros that are coming into the economy, but also what that is generating. And so why that is important in a context that we're living. I think our sector, as the gentlemen and esteemed panelists here have explained, provides opportunities. We have spoken to many of our members that have told us, when we build a hotel and when we build a resort, we don't only think about the investment. We don't only think about where we're going to have, or the venue, or we think about absolutely everything. We think about the people, we think about the community, we think about the health services, we think about education, we think about daycare. So it's really important to consider that holistic approach and impact that our sector has, and is really there where we try to bring that voice and we try to support the private sector.
Very nice to hear that from you. For all of you, community, tourism, and social innovation, can you share with me and with, of course, the audience, what are you doing to involve the communities, the indigenous, the local touristic guides, the fashion designers from the local environment? What is the private sector doing to engage those most vulnerable into the touristic economy?
This is a very imperative question. So around the world, with what's known as mega or giga projects, a lot of times these projects haven't taken their local community with them, which is a shame. Foreign capital comes in, it displaces the local community. But not so in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because in Diriyah, for instance, we're now 40,000 workers on the job. I mean, it's a very large project, $64 billion US, the birthplace of the kingdom. The staff are now 2,400. 82% are Saudi, though. 39% are Saudi women. 16% of those Saudi women are in management. Full KPIs, full salary and compensation, unlike some other places in the world. But the thing I'm most proud about is 14% of our staff are from Diriyah, from our community. So from day one, we put a governance in. Even very small businesses, artisans, food, even small businesses like food trucks, we only purchased things from Diriyah before we went to Riyadh. Only. Then after we exhausted Riyadh, we looked at how we can support all Saudi businesses, especially small and medium enterprise businesses. Then after we exhausted all of the kingdom's resources, we tend to keep the economic activity in the Gulf. But what we started immediately was the training in the community, starting with children as young as 5 years old. Now, not everybody is intended to go to college. Anybody that wants to go to college in Diriyah can. But a lot of people like just technical jobs. So on a lot of the families, when the children graduated high school, we asked the children, what are your aspirations? I'd like to do this, I'd like to do that. So in the UNESCO World Heritage Site of At Tareif, where by the end of this year we will have welcomed 3 million people to the birthplace, we hired 90 tour guides. None of them have ever worked in the private sector. All of them were from poorer families like I was as a boy. Do you know, of the 90 employees, 72 were girls. Of those 72, over 60, to this day, 5 years later, have learned a second or third language. right? And they're proud now. So when you come, you're all invited. I'll bid for a month on the private island. You put me down, and I'll have one of my heroes, which is His Excellency Bartlett from Jamaica. I'll have him as one of my guests. He's one of my heroes over there. So what I'm just saying is that if it comes from your community, and your community are thriving, because I say something very simple in my tourism. When I go somewhere to work, when I'm invited and have the privilege, you have to be able to look at your neighbors and ask them one simple question. Are you and your family and your life better than when we came? Is your life better than before we came, right? Because if the answer is yes, then it's what you're doing is noble and right. And your guests that come will be welcomed by them. If it's not, then really who's benefiting?
I asked you, Minister of Tourism of Saudi Arabia last night. You know, when I see someone, I always promote my country, and I try to promote investment to the Maldives. And he said, look, we are now interested in developing Saudi Arabia, not other parts of the world. So I understand what you're saying. And 15 years ago, tourism was concentrated within 145-kilometer radius from the capital island, Male. And I took the chance of taking it further to 300 kilometers. And all my friends were saying, you're going crazy. You're going to die, you know, you're going to ruin yourself. I built a Shangri-La hotel with the Shangri-La family, 400 kilometers away from the Maldives. Logistically, it was very tough. I partnered with some Singaporean investors, and around 350 kilometers, I built 5 resorts and an airport. Today, it's a success story. And those were very poor areas of the country. And the biggest happiness that I get is when I go there, how they have developed these islands, you know, their roads are paved, their houses are built, they have a job, everyone has a job. At that time, only the job they could do is seasonal fisheries, you know. But now everybody has a job. And now they are asking me to come back to invest further in the atoll. But the government's policy was different. But now the current government had invited me to build an international airport there, and I'm going to develop 30 islands, which will make this the second Male zone. So this is how, you know, community development can make a difference. And whenever I go, I feel so happy to see the young people, you know, being so, engaged. Even they have startups, they have IT, they have everything that is available, what is available in Mali, in that part of the Maldives. And when next time you come, I would like to invite you and the Secretary General to visit that part of the Maldives. What I did was to attract, because we have to make a statement to make that destination viable and attractive destination. So Maldives, I connected 2 islands with a 2-kilometer bridge from one resort to the other. So it is a very beautiful view, and you should come there. So we should try not only to develop the urban centers. The story here is that we should concentrate on underdeveloped areas, and what we have done there is a very big success story. Thank you.
Well, those are 2 very good examples. So I think where I'm gonna focus is on the importance of giving the community a voice, and also of them really sensing a sense of belonging when it comes to travel and tourism. And what I mean for that is we are seeing some very unfortunate demonstrations against tourism. We're seeing obviously all the headlines in the news about too many tourists. And there's no such thing like too many tourists. I think there's poor tourism management, I would say. But I think what we are looking with those tourism models is where the community has a voice and where they really feel a sense of belonging and where they really understand what travel and tourism brings to that community, like these perfect examples, like everything we've been talking about and hearing today, all those opportunities, lifting people from poverty, creating entrepreneurship, providing training and education. When the community really understands that impact is when they really see and appreciate the value of our sector. And that is why it's so important to hear their voice and to bring them as part of the conversation.
Can I give my example? Yesterday, I have, this is a pure example. This year, every single year in Christmas, I always thank, because I feel that I'm blessed, fortunate, but of course, that's full of discipline, It's not that lucky comes around. But every single year, I always include a task for myself. So this year, I decided that in every single country where I travel, I will buy not only local, but that I will wear local, So Noé, that is in front of me, I always have a friend everywhere. So yesterday I told my Georgian friend Noé, I have a task that I need to go to the locals. I don't want to go to buy something purely connected with the world. I want a history behind, because in every single part where I go, I have to be with my local essence, So Noé brought me to an amazing place full of Georgian designers. And the history is not that one, because of course I saw the art, we were together hanging around, but then I decided to buy this dress, That of course is full of the Georgian colors, but then I had a problem, I had less than 24 hours to have it correctly, because I'm not that taller than the Georgian women, I'm tiny. So he told me as a purely local, Natalia, we need to go to the tailors that did the dresses to my grandma and my grandpa. And I was there, They were 1,000,000% purely Georgians. They're having all the suits for you, for me, for everyone. And of course, they have a history, because the history behind of that house is that, of course, they are there as fashion designers, building all the suits for the community here. And today I'm here, and of course, we paid for the service. I'm not giving here things for granted, but at the end, the community is involved in every single thing that we do. And why this is important? Because this is a history at the end of the day, and tourism has the power to tell stories. This is a new story that I know that when we go to Latin America, I will tell this story, and maybe we can create this tailor women community famous, so we can create the tailor or the fashion, the Georgian fashion designers ending in that community. So that's an example of what happened yesterday. So,
can I make a comment on that?
What's the tailor name?
Because you look so, if you don't mind me saying, you look as usual so elegant in the red. But I made, I think, one mistake. I went after the Georgian red, but it was red wine. So I don't think buying that dress you woke up with a hangover. But I woke up with the hangover. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, she did the red, I did the red, but it was a little different.
No, that's good. So you as well, you interact with the community. So why I was mentioning this? Because in UN Tourism, when we work with the governments to create the investment guidelines, we have a chapter, and we are working on a chapter on social impact. What are the type of incentives that government can create to assure that the businessman can, of course, build the infrastructure, but that can engage the community, that can engage the fashion designers, that can engage the coffee growers, the tea, the wine. So at the end of the day, that the whole cluster has the benefit and that the incentives are there. So, Virginia, what we will have this year in WTTC, tell us some news. What is happening in Australia? invite us. You know, I have not been
Absolutely,
invited.
you're all invited. Jerry and I will be there for sure. Jerry sits on our board. He's one of our esteemed vice chairs. But absolutely, we're going to be hosting our next global summit next 8th of October. You're all greatly invited, and I hope we have one in Georgia after that. But I actually wanted to go back to the one we had last year, if you allow me, Natalia, because I was thinking through the theme of today and thinking through all the wonderful stories we've heard this morning, and it took me back to a global summit in Kigali last November. And we had a really great presentation of how our sector had been such a critical part of a country that has gone through such a difficult sort of reconciliation and peace rebuilding process. And it was just incredible to see that a country that only 30 years ago went through such a tragic genocide is today one of the most thriving economies in Africa when it comes to travel and tourism. And not only that, we also heard all the stories of the wonderful gorilla population and how our sector has supported in the conservation of the gorilla. So it is really that positive circle where everyone's been talking, and I know there's been some other wonderful examples about African countries here, but it's that incredible real example of how our sector can drive peace, but can also drive that social impact and environmental preservation, which is really that responsibility that we have as a sector to make sure that we continue to have a positive impact and ultimately drive peace as well.
Very good. So we have 10 minutes and then wine, no? So, red wine. So, education. That's his obsession, one of our top priorities in UN tourism. And of course, without education, it's impossible to preserve an economic sector. Today we have, of course, tourism is the top employer of the young generations, but 50% of youth working in tourism only have secondary school. What we can do from the private sector? We are doing our best, working with the governments. We are working with Jamaica for the Resilience Center, with Uzbekistan on the center, with Saudi Arabia. What the private sector can do to help to create a vocational workforce, because at the end of the day, we are booming in numbers, but we are not booming in high added value jobs.
I think, again, after preserving culture and heritage and promoting tourism in terms of its economic benefits with jobs, especially for the youth and women, the education is imperative. Now, if you're a G20 country like Saudi Arabia, a country blessed with a lot of income, with a great leader, His Royal Highness has given all the projects in a 50-year career. I've never had a larger training budget. And then our beloved Minister of Tourism, Ahmed Al-Khatib, that you all heard from earlier, is the chairman now of the largest new hotel administration program, all the great work that His Excellency Zurab and all of you do on the promotion of education, very noble work. But I remember when we had no money, and what would the private sector do? I mean, literally no funds. Well, we would get all the general managers together, and we would go to the business schools and talk about tourism, volunteer our time, right? And then people said, well, can you go to school for hotel administration? Now you can go to school for tourism, right? But 50 years ago, you couldn't. So what we did when we were in different cities, we organized a hotel community, travel agent community, all different tour operators, and we all volunteered and did lecture series. Cost nothing, right? And then what happened is that it became a course within high schools. It started in colleges, but then it went to high schools. And then we found out that we had a supply of people that would come into the business because they knew they could, and they knew that they could go to college. And then what we started doing in certain communities, we found out who the top 10 businesses were, regardless of industry. Could be oil, could be automotive, way before Saudi, what I'm doing in Saudi Arabia, I'm talking 1980s. And we said to them, you have to put up money for scholarships. Started small, maybe $5 5 scholarships, 10 scholarships. And in those days, to go to schools of hotel administration, it was $1,000 per seminar. It wasn't $100,000 per year type of thing. So we started that way. We organized the industry, and it became a groundswell. Now that people know tourism all over the world, you've got great schools all over the world. You got the brilliant work that you're doing with His Excellency all over the world. Now governments are coming in with you. Now it's imperative to get every government to contribute towards a global awareness and education. And I think it will just continue to snowball.
The population of the Maldives is 360,000, and 60% are under 35 years, under 40. And the economy is growing very fast, especially the tourism industry. My group of companies are investing together about $3 billion in the next 3 years, contributing to extra 10,000 jobs. We don't know where we can get these people. Maldives is a labor importing country, so it's a hub for all the South Asian nations to, they get attracted to the jobs that we have. A couple of years ago, the government had it that we should have 55% locals and 45% foreign, to encourage that we have the locals engaged in the work. But we just cannot match that because we don't have the demographic numbers. So now they have changed 45% Maldivians and 55% foreigners. We still can't manage it. The tourism lobby is asking to increase foreigners 70%, local. I'm totally against this, but so the government is now trying to, because the retirement age is now 65, so we're going to, increase the retirement age to 70 so that at least we can match these numbers. How we train, to your question, we have evolved as one of the best tier 1 destinations in the world because it is a story itself. What we did was we did not have hotel schools, we did not have any training institutes, but we did in-house training. We had like 4 seasons, like one and only, like us at Waldorf. We started our own schools, and that is how we have trained. But I think now it's high time that we have a good, hotel school or a training resort, and the current president is very keen to do that, and probably I will also participate in that. So Maldives can now export this also to Saudi Arabia as well, because our experience can be shared together. Great. So I think I told your minister that this is how I look at it, because we should not become competitors to each other. We should complement each other, and there is a lot we can learn from each other. Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. No, I think it's a great question. I think youth must be a priority for the sector. As you know, it's about 16% of all the people we employ are in that sort of 18 to 25-year-olds. But what we need to continue doing is talking about all the opportunities and the mobility opportunities that exist in this industry. You can start right at the bottom, but this industry really allows you to keep growing and go to the top jobs. Jerry, of course, has spent many years in this industry and knows about that. We have other members like Chris Nasetta, the president and CEO of Hilton, who always talks how he started as a tour guide and even in housekeeping, and now is the president and CEO of one of the biggest hotel chains around the world. And we need to continue to inspire youth and explain to them. It doesn't matter if you have a degree in marketing or digital or whatever it is, there will be an opportunity in our sector, and I think that is critical. But also thinking about the future and thinking about the new skills. We all know, and we know AI is taking over, but all the new technologies is not just about that. So how do those skills need to be amended? How are those training programs being adapted to the challenges that we will have in the future and to that technology and innovation that we have been talking about?
You read my mind. We have 3 minutes, and I'm going to tell you something that we are working on with all the countries, and of course with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You were talking about education and technology, and that's crucial because at the end of the day, it's impossible to massify quality education the only way is through, of course, online education. So we launched, as you know, the Tourism Online Academy some years ago. But this year, after 3 years of launching this initiative, we're changing everything. Antonio is here as part of the team on education. And we are including artificial intelligence. Why? Because, of course, we understood that when you are talking to management people, they don't have time. So, of course, personalization of education is crucial. So we are including a digital AI assistant that will personalize the key courses that we have done with the top universities. We have here the president of EHL, of SHL, all the good schools. We have partnered with them, but now we need to advance. So the idea is for management to bring personalization. And you know that we are testing something, Virginia. We are doing courses through WhatsApp for vocational training. Why? Because, of course, taxi drivers, hospitality people, they don't have time to be in front of a computer. So we have in our online academy, we are launching soon, very soon, the first WhatsApp course. So with the hospitality sector, so of course you are more than welcome to join this initiative. We are starting in Spain with Mau, that as you know is the top beverage company in Spain. They have the databases, we have the knowledge, we have the platform, and we will launch this in Spain, that is a strong country, where the aim of our project is to train the hospitality sector through WhatsApp. So only with 15 minutes per day, they will have a mini training session, and at the end of the day, they will have a UN Tourism diploma that can assure that people can get access to quality education. So with this said, the private sector is always welcome to UN Tourism House. This is your house. So I would like to thank again all of you for being here. Jerry, Mohammed, Virginia, you made my life easier, very easy and happy panel. So let's give a warm applause to the panelists. All right, Hannah, all yours.
I know, it's slippery. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Virginia. I have to say I'm taking notes because I have to close the session when we finish. And the notes from the last panel was absolutely fascinating. I have highlighted 3 things. Go shopping before you fly off. Wear red tonight. Drink the red wine. Double star. It's very good. And WhatsApp training for the young. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, it's my honor to introduce another visionary leader who is not only the longest standing Minister of Tourism in the world, but someone who has championed the concept of resilience as a cornerstone of modern tourism. His commitment to safeguard this vital industry, especially for vulnerable regions like the Caribbean, is both profound and personal. He views resilience not only as a strategic necessity, but as a way to protect livelihoods, cultures, and the rich diversity that tourism celebrates. Long before resilience became popular, long before COVID, he established the Global Center for Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management to help nations build back stronger after crises. He's a prolific author with 3 books to his credit. He's a thought leader. He's much loved and admired by everyone who has the privilege to work with him. And his leadership is one which is defined by an ability to rally teams, solve complex challenges, and make things happen. There is a local Jamaican saying, and I'm sure I'm getting the pronunciation wrong, but it goes something like, "We little, but we tolva." But it means we might be small, but we are strong and powerful. It is a perfect reflection of Jamaica's ability to punch way above its weight and create impact with resilience, strength, and mega influence, not just in tourism, but in sports, music, and many others. And there are very few people who exemplify this, just like
Minister Bartlett, the spirit of Vitolwa, showing the world just how Tolwa he and Jamaica truly is. Please welcome His Excellency, Honorable Minister Dr. Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism for Jamaica.
Say, let's get together and feel all right. Well, it almost sounds like a wonderful way to end the evening, doesn't it? Let's get together and feel all right. And Jerry said that he understood what red meant. And I'm not far off that. So I'm looking forward to it. But I wanted to, first of all, say how grateful we are to the wonderful people of Georgia, and particularly this great city of Tbilisi. The lovely city. I flew over last night, or rather this morning, like 7 o'clock, after 24 hours of flying to get here. And it struck me that this was a beautiful juxtaposition of modernity and history and tradition and heritage and culture. And so 2.7 million people, Jamaica, 2.9 million people. And I made some comparisons as the Prime Minister spoke and the Deputy Prime Minister spoke and the Minister and the Deputy Minister spoke. And they looked at the numbers and I got a little jealous. And 7.1 million, my God, I'm only 4.3. But I beat them with dollars, because I'm $4.5 billion, and that's good. So what little but your talawa actually means is exactly what Georgia knows. We're small, but we punch way above our weight in terms of our contribution to the world. And that is what makes us powerful and strong. So this evening, I just wanted to perhaps tie up all the wonderful things that have been said about tourism and peace, and to perhaps just frame it into a capacity that we now build to be able to enable each other to add value, to innovate, to do better at each step of the way. But most importantly, a capacity that we must now have to be able to respond to disruptions and to be able to mitigate, manage, recover quickly, and thrive. And it is when we thrive that we really get to that point of peace. So I wanted to say also that for us, peace is not just the absence of conflict, but it is the presence also of connections. And that's why tourism is such a powerful tool to enable peace, because we are the agents of connections. That's what we do. And last year, even after the COVID, 1.4 billion of us did just that, connected. We connected across the four corners of the world. And we spend nearly $3 trillion overall. 1.3 as basic numbers that are recorded. But when we look at the induced and also the extended expenditures that we have in the various areas, because tourism is such a confluence of so many moving parts that provide a value at every point of contact and enables economic returns from any angle. It's amazing how we provide opportunities. So somebody said 1.4 billion people traveled across the world and provided 1.4 billion opportunities for economic growth and development. And so for us then, making sure that peace is not just a word, but peace becomes the basis on which an entire world is able to be sustainable. Because we cannot be sustainable unless there is peace and harmony among us all. And tourism recognizes differences, and it embraces similarities, and it respects the fact of the right of each to be who they are. And as long as we continue in that vein, we will enable different races and creeds and different styles and patterns and lifestyles and abilities and disabilities and so on. Whatever it is, tourism has a place for you. It embraces you, and that's the essence of the power it has to make peace. And so I want to close this evening in that vein by saying we are the great missionaries of peace. We are the drivers that the world has been looking for. In all the years, we still have wars, yes. We still have disruptions, yes. We still have misunderstandings, yes. But we are the drivers and the agents of what is going to create the new world of peaceful coexistence between peoples. And why? Because it is projected that in the next 20 to 50 years, 1.5 billion more tourists will traverse the world. New destinations are emerging. New demographics are emerging. New psychographic profiles of the market are emerging. And so what it requires is now for new approaches and innovation at every end to respond to those newness. And we are coming from everywhere. And as long as we do that, we will be able to meet each other, not together apart, as COVID might have directed, but together again, as brothers and as sisters. And to close with Bob Marley, as we started, to have one love, one heart, to get together and to feel all right. So in Jamaica, that's what we added, Secretary General, to the theme this year of tourism and peace. We added one love. So I want to close by saying, tourism and peace, one love. But I want to invite the Secretary General to come on stage at this time. I hear it.
This was my idea, by the way.
It was
the music, yeah.
Well, the Secretary General has colluded with Professor Lloyd Waller and myself to create a scholarly compendium of really hard, well thought through elements of what the future of tourism could look like. And so this book that we are launching today has a foreword by the Secretary General, and he tells me that this is the first book he has written a foreword. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes?
Can I?
So please.
First of all, we decided you to stay here one more week, okay? You can't go from there. Me and Mariam, we agreed. We want to show you Georgia. The second is that I want to tell to everyone who never been in Jamaica to visit Jamaica.
And you've been there come 17 or 18 of February?
15, 16, 17.
February 2nd trip.
Once in one day, I
Yeah.
want to at least 3.
And then I will go to the business, because our dear honorable minister, the longest state minister in the world in the history of tourism, he was supported last 5, 6, 7, I don't know how many years, to create and to have the Resilience Day on the UN agenda. And we made it. And he was the initiator. He is who made it. He who was patient. And I really encourage all of you. First of all, you will love the country. You will love the country, and only for that reason you have to go. And then it's really big event. I want to invite all of you to be part of this very important day, which is unique, like World Tourism Day. That will be another landmark for our organization. I committed, and we decided to do it, and it always happen, always will happen. 1 year in Jamaica, another year somewhere. I'm sure that we will have a queue of countries then, as we have for World Tourism Day, as we have for Wine Conference, as we have for economic forums, about the resilience. Resilience has a million of sense, I mean, but the place where we have to be, in Montego Bay, 15, 16, 17 of February, please, once you finalize your Valentine's Day, it's the best opportunity to have a trip to Jamaica. Again, this book, it's not only book. This is it includes a lot of knowledge, a lot of passion, a lot of professionalism, content. We don't have any, and we don't have many books about tourism generally, and about resilience and about future of tourism resilience. It's unique and only one, like Diria. And like Bob Marley's. We have red wine. We don't have Bob Marley. You have Bob Marley. You don't have red wine. I mean, this is the story. But anyway, I want to congratulate my dear brother, my mentor, I would say, my good friend, not only of mine, all tourism community. And I'm very lucky, and we are lucky that we have a leader like he is. And I'm very happy, and it's honored to happening this here in the place where I'm coming from. He is the first Jamaican minister, like minister from Zimbabwe, from Malaysia, from Libya, from other ministers, coming first time in the history of this country in Georgia. We never had honor to host such exotic, such new countries for us. You are new markets, you are new people, you are new contacts, new business contacts. We are also for you. And I'm very thankful that you are here. So, it's very expensive. It's not free. and of course it's a joke. So,
but I wanted to just...
everything gonna be all right.
Well, I think we're gonna take him back to Jamaica, get him in the studio, and have him do what we call a sound over a dub. That is to say, we play the dub of Bob Marley, and he does the singing. But just to let you know that the Decoding of the Future of Tourism Resilience explores the emerging landscape and acts as a compass that will help readers navigate the many emerging and future trends in global tourism. And that's not my word, that is the word of Mr. Zohrab himself. And really, what you will find in this book is a look at the future of tourism in many forms. We begin with the new types of tourism that may emerge. The different, I mentioned psychographic profiles of the market, yes. So we'll be looking at underwater tourism, space tourism, dark tourism, you name it. Then we're looking at the impact of AI and the technologies on tourism, and a very extensive work has been done in that area, looking at what the future of work will be for tourism and what type of a training and development that is going to be required. Natalia, I think, inspired some of this because we've been working together as Jamaica established the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation. And you heard what the member from Maldives, I think, said about certifying workers who are competent on the job, but not qualified enough to get what we call mobility within their workspace. So they are competent, good workers, but they remain cooks and chefs and couldn't be sous chefs. So when we go in and we certify them on the job, they can now become sous chefs because they have that. And it's a pathway for professionalization in the tourism industry. We have a program in the high schools for an associate degree in hotel management and customer service for every high school student. And that to create a pathway for entry into the industry. We have a pension program, the first of its kind in the world, for every single person who works in the tourism sector overall, even the self-employed, the taxi driver, and the vendors, yes? And the raftsmen.
We have 17 minutes.
We have 17 minutes, yes. Thank you. No, but this is very important because for us, tourism is the only industry that offers every single soul an opportunity. You need not be a rocket scientist. I gave a lecture yesterday before I came at the university that gave me the honorary doctorate a few weeks ago, right? And it was a research day. And I spoke about innovation and the importance of generating knowledge, not for the sake of accumulating information, but to convert that knowledge into material things with a value and a price. And we indicated that people with no formal qualifications make large amount of money in tourism simply by having an idea, a simple idea that they can convert into a material good. And so in Jamaica, for example, someone will make 2 dumb crustaceans race. In other words, crabs race, yes? And from crab racing, they buy a car, they buy a house, they educate their children, and today they are independent. What does it take to make 2 crabs race? Just an idea. And so the future of tourism, as you will read in this book, is about ideas. So we must nurture ideas. We must seek out ideas. We must incentivize ideas. And I have a policy at home where I've established the Tourism Innovation Incubator, which is bringing young people from all over who have the next big idea for tourism. And we put 100 million Jamaican dollars in a fund to help to convert those ideas into practical and meaningful things. And Natalie calls that startup. And then when we do that, we pass them over to the private sector. Or we send them to the investment bank in order for them to get additional capital to now scale up and provide the new great ideas that will transform tourism. So the Blue Ocean Strategy is what guides that thinking of not competing in the waters that are already fully populated and bloody, but in the deeper blue ocean where the fish is bigger, the catch is more valuable, and the competition is less. That's the future of tourism. Thank you.
Don't go. We have 14 more minutes, you know. You know, as much you talk, as much people are coming, you know, I see. I don't know what these people, they left. We had excellent panel, by the way, I forgot to mention. Jerry, Virginia, Jana, Natalia, this kind of things is not happening free of charge and every day, you know. So again, buy this book, travel to Jamaica, invest in Jamaica, because we created the same kind of investment guidelines for Jamaica. Jamaican government is paying to me to promote investment to Jamaica. So, yes, and please come, now I'll be serious, please come in February. This is a very important day. Like I asked, and I kindly asked all of you to come here. Let's go to this beautiful country, which you will love. If you've never been there, you will love. And to sum up today's day, I will not talk anymore today. It's enough. Happy World Tourism Day. And let's forget one word forever, first and last time, which is war. War has to be finished. Our kids, they don't have to know what is war. Only in video games, maybe, sometimes. It's not normal, it's not acceptable to any countries, any regions, the war. And let's be united. I know that we can't make nothing and we can't do nothing, but being united, be together to express solidarity, I'm sure that we will have a better planet, we will have a better world, and we will have peaceful, nice life, and we will have more and more people traveling all around the world. Thank you, Excellency, for this interesting place. I'm done.
Our Deputy Minister from Georgia, as a token of our own appreciation for the wonderful hospitality that we have been afforded here. And the next one is a little bribe, because I want to come back to Georgia, you see. So
Thank you, please, always. You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General, and thank you, Minister Bartlett. We have a very compelling proposition for 15th, 16th, 17th of February in Jamaica. The Secretary General is clearly going to be singing, and Minister Bartlett can do salsa, samba, reggaeton, and moonwalk while at it. I think we are all going to be there in Jamaica. But like he said, 1.4 billion travelers, that's 1.4 billion opportunities for the walls to come down and opportunities to build bridges. Now, we're coming to a very exciting moment. Yes, please. As the Secretary General told you this morning, the next host for the World Tourism Day in September 2025 will be Malaysia. And under Minister King Singh's leadership, I'm sure we can expect a vibrant and inclusive event that highlights the rich cultural heritage and natural beauty of this incredible country. May I please request His Excellency Dato Sri Tiong King Singh, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture of Malaysia, to come up on stage. Please give him a big round of applause. Is that him? That's me. I love that.
Another trip to plan for next year. After Jamaica, it's Malaysia. So we all have to support Malaysia. I've never been there, by the way. And I'm sure that that will be another excellent place and days to spend together. The theme of next World Tourism Day is sustainability, which everyone is talking about. And we don't know what is sustainability, so let's go to Malaysia and know more about sustainability. Many things are happening, many agendas are there. And Excellency, for me it's a great honor, a pleasure to have you coming from many, many hours, like our Jamaican brother, to Georgia. So congratulations and see you very soon in Kuala Lumpur. I don't know where we are organizing, but of course, the floor is yours. We talk so much that now you have to help us.
Good afternoon and good day, Excellency and distinguished guests. First and foremost, Malaysia would like to express our thanks to the government of the Georgia and United Nations Tourism for hosting the WTD 2024 celebration in this beautiful and historical rich city of Tbilisi. Through this global scale celebration, we witnessed firsthand how tourism does wonders in elevating people's understanding of other culture, heritage, and history. Despite our background and the geopolitical differences, this shows the volume that tourism could contribute to peace across the globe. Tourism is very important for Malaysia, not just for the economy, but also for bringing different cultures together. With over 60 ethnic groups in this country, tourism help people understand and appreciate each other. By showcasing Malaysian culture, we can promote tourism and cooperation. Tourism also creates jobs and opportunity for local community. By improving infrastructure and promoting local business, the government ensures that everyone benefits, helping to reduce poverty and build shared prosperity. Excellency and distinguished guests, it is my great privilege and honor to receive the mandate on behalf of Malaysia to host the next UN World Tourism Day, WTD, with the theme Tourism and Sustainable Transformation from Georgia to my homeland, Malaysia, the melting pot of different cultures. Thank you to the member of the state and United Nations Tourism for giving us the opportunity. Hosting WTD 2025 is important for Malaysia as we are committed to sustainable practice like eco-friendly infrastructure, responsible travel, and community-based tourism, which balance economic growth with the environment and social responsibility. Therefore, we have chosen Malacca as a UNESCO World Heritage City as a venue for this celebration. Malacca is rich in culture and history. It focused on the preserving a beautiful while promoting responsible tourism. By fostering a culture of eco-friendly practice and sustainable urban planning, Malacca is setting a strong example for other cities in Malaysia and beyond. On this, I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you, including the 160 members, State of Tourism Minister, and the UN Tourism Secretary General, to join us in Malacca to celebrate and experience our warm hospitality while exploring the new frontier in sustainable tourism in 2025. Thank you and selamat datang ke Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We cannot wait to be. Thank you. As we move forward in today's program, we now turn to a topic that lies at the heart of shaping tourism's future, harnessing innovation and cultivating talent for peace. In a rapidly evolving world, innovation and human talent are the lifeblood of progress. The tourism sector is no exception. It is through innovative approaches and nurturing the next generation of leaders that we can create a more peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable global community. Please join me in welcoming Antonio Lopez de Avila, who is the Director of Innovation, Education, and Investments at UN Tourism. Antonio brings over 20 years of expertise in innovation strategy, smart tourism, and smart destinations. He is the co-founder of 5 companies and a committed educator of the next generation of talent. And he is the perfect choice for talking and having a panel up on stage about the power of innovation and talent in tourism. Antonio. Please welcome your panel up on stage. Careful, this is really slippery, careful.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
I know.
We're going to try to be, to make it short because it's late. And yeah, at UN Tourism, we stand for people, planet, prosperity. And innovation is key for everything. It's key to think about new ways of doing things. It's key to support and to look for new talent because today, the entrepreneurs, the new ecosystem, tourism ecosystem, is changing the world. And we know that and we are supporting that from UN Tourism. So today, here, we are going to discuss about how entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology can drive peace, economic growth, and social cohesion, particularly in post-conflict areas. For that, we count on 2 wonderful women, courageous, brave, that has founded their companies, and they're fighting in their countries to help us to keep the peace and to recover the countries after difficult times. For the first time, we have here women in hospitality, that is working to teach young women in Uganda to help them to find a proper and quality job. Please, Anne Kalembe, join us. From Guatemala, we have Sofia Godoy. She's the founder and CEO of Etnica, who's working with the local and the indigenous communities. Welcome. And yeah, you can sit there, Sofia. And of course, if we talk about technology, we are super happy to count on Alibaba. Please join us, one of the big technology companies in Asia Pacific. We count on Li Yang, Vice President of International Affairs of Alibaba Fligy. In fact, we are working for a long time, working in how we can help rural areas to technify and to digitize their business. So I would like to start with a very simple question, and it's why are you here? I would like you to tell them what's the start, how do you think about women in hospitality, because you are the founder of Gazelle. It's a travel company, safari experience. You are working in many countries in Africa, but you decided to create your own NGO, your non-profit to help young women that really need to be trained to find a new future. So could you please share this wonderful experience with us? Go ahead.
Thank you all for being here. Like he introduced me, my name is Anne Kalembe. I consider myself an entrepreneur. I run Uganda's leading tour operator. It started out of Rwanda, grew into Uganda, and we are now in 10 countries in Africa. I also run a hotel chain, Gazelle Hospitality. And having been in the industry for so long, I noticed that there was a very big gap in employment of women, especially in the hospitality industry. So let me tell you a little bit about the country that I come from for perspective. Uganda is considered by many as the Pearl of Africa. It's the most beautiful country in Africa. Everything that you can do in Africa, you can find a little bit of that in Uganda. Uganda has 78% of its population under 35 years. So that means we have a very, very youthful population. However, the level of unemployment is also very big. In 2002, the World Bank considers one of the most entrepreneurial countries in the world as Uganda. For perspective again, if I leave my house and I'm maybe going a 5-kilometer stretch, there will be countless businesses. Most of those belonging to women. Because again, most of the breadwinners in my home country are women. Unfortunately, most of those businesses don't live to see their 5th birthday. It is sad. So when I saw the gap, was basically all these women that are working in hospitality, which is more than 60% of people working in hospitality being women, most of them were working the low jobs. Grossly underpaid, some sexually abused. In confidence, people would come to me and say, you know what, I think I deserve a pay raise. I think I deserve better. But my boss said, I need to give him a sexual favor. A lot of these women are voiceless because their level of education is also very low. So the odds are really against them. So I count myself as blessed and lucky that I have networks and platforms as these where I can speak and advocate for the women. So that is why I'm here, and that was my motivation to start Women in Hospitality Uganda. And I feel and believe that once we put our all in all this, we are going to have our women prosper and give them financial independence. When a woman has some money of her own, she has a voice. Thank you.
Wow, wonderful story. Thank you. From Uganda to Guatemala. So, Sophia, welcome. You are one of our winners. You are part of our innovation network, global innovation network. And you have been working with indigenous communities, very, let's say, remote communities in Guatemala that has been suffered a lot after conflict. So please share your experience with us because I think it's very inspiring too.
Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the wonderful introduction, Antonio. I am the founder of Etnica. We are a local and responsible travel company that partners with community-based projects. We are aiming to close the gap between the travelers that visit Guatemala with local communities. So Guatemala has been heavily affected by a 36-year-long civil war. There was a genocide that affected mostly indigenous communities, and those wounds of the war are still very much alive. We believe that tourism can be a force to create more inclusive economic opportunities, and it's also a path for us to regenerate our social construct. it was incredibly validating for us to be able to participate in the global startup competition because this happened during COVID. And it was during COVID where we were forced to reinvent our business model. We noticed when Guatemala went into complete lockdown that tourism was not leaving anything for the indigenous communities. Tourism completely stopped, and these communities were forced to look for other sources of income, and we were able to support them through our food safety program, and the response has been magnificent. Right now, our network of local partners continues to expand, and we are noticing the power that tourism has to amplify these voices and for indigenous communities to be included in tourism and also to be able to share their narrative and their culture and identity how they want it to be shared.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you. And yeah, now we have Alibaba, Fiji. You're one of the most important tech companies in the world, that's clear. You have developed an impressive platform for e-commerce, and now you are in the travel sector. Fiji is opening up to not only Chinese, but other countries, your platform, and you are opening up the world. So how do you think this kind of technology can support and can help these areas, these countries after a conflict? How we can help them to say, hey, I'm here. You can come and visit me.
Thank you, Antonio. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to UNWTO for allowing me here to this wonderful event. And of course, this year, actually, I believe most of you have heard of Alibaba, but actually Alibaba is quite young. This year marks only the 25th anniversary of Alibaba Group, and but in the past 25 years, there's one thing which has never been changed. That's the mission of Alibaba, which was raised by Jack Ma, the founder of our company. He said that our mission is to make it easy to do business anywhere. So, which means requires us to firmly stand with SMEs, small and medium size enterprises. You know, right now there are over 8 million merchants are doing business on our platform globally, and over 90% of them are SMEs. And the average age of those merchants are also very young. They're only about 26 years old. And this number has never been changed in the past 17 years. And over 60% of those merchants are women. So this kind of figure also reflects on the travel platform called Fiji, which is also a very young platform for Alibaba. And Fiji, we are young because we established only several years ago. And another reason is, given the structure of our users, is they are also very young. Over 60% of our customers are born in post-1990s. So what we can find out is there has been a lot of changes after the COVID. And the requirements, the needs of the Chinese tourists are more and more diversified. So which requires us to closely cooperate with the global governments and the local travel agents in different countries. So I can share with you that in the past year, there are over 1,000 new travel stores opened on our platform from over 30 countries. And their efficiency, operation efficiency is much higher than the Chinese merchants which are based in China. So that's why we are here. We would like to extend our warm welcome to close cooperation with government, because in the past year we have a lot of cooperations with like Malaysia, Thailand, Paris, and all different other countries to introduce our resources to the
What
local
about Uganda
persons.
and Guatemala?
Yeah, next
Are you
yeah.
operating there?
That's why I'm here, to work with Uganda, Guatemala, and all the other countries to use our technology, to use our techniques, digital techniques, to make it easy to do business with the Chinese tourists.
So basically, you can help them to digitize what they are doing in their countries and put it not only and open it not only to the Chinese people, but also to other countries, future travelers.
Yes, that's also our strategy in the future because right now Flicky is only an application with the Chinese version focused on the Chinese market, but we have, as Alibaba, we have also some global e-commerce platforms called like AliExpress or Lazada in the Southeast Asia. So we are planning some also Miravia in Spain, and Daras in Pakistan, and Trendyol in Turkey. And we are planning to list our tourism products on those e-commerce platforms, which started last year, which are developing very fast. So that's our strategy to provide tourist products all over the world.
Very good news indeed. You know, you have to ask him for his business card and follow him. The thing is, you have to face a lot of things, a lot of problems when you start in your countries after this very problematic situation. Which are the main challenges that you had to face, and which are the main challenges that you have to face in the future? I mean, what have you faced in the past, and which ones are you think that you're facing? Like maybe the technology gap. I mean, you need to digitize everything. You need to open up to the world. Which has been the most difficult times and the most difficult problems that you had to face, and how do you see the future?
Okay, so the biggest challenge women, especially in Uganda, I'm speaking for the women in Uganda because that's what I know best, is access to financial services.
Okay.
Yes. We still live in a world where people keep money in the house, maybe because it's also very little money. But also when you ask them, can you try and get maybe a credit to grow your business? They don't even have the collateral to put in the bank. Not mentioning the very prohibitive interest rates that the commercial banks are charging. So our biggest problem is access to financial services and credit. However, there is something that is often underlooked, and that is the societal beliefs and the judgment from the society. So where I come from, a woman was never meant to sit at platforms like these. The woman was meant to stay in the kitchen, look after the children, and lay low like an envelope. Just lay low and don't say much. I remember somebody told me that if I were to raise my chances of getting married, then I don't have to go very far in education or get empowered. So you find that even the women that would have been something are trying to diminish themselves to fit into the societal beliefs that no one is going to take an emancipated woman. That also eats into their businesses, and that's why most of the businesses are not living to their 5th birthdays.
But you are a great example for them because you have a family, you're an entrepreneur, you're a businesswoman, you are operating your business in many countries, and you told me that the average age of the country is under 75%, if I don't remember.
Yes, under 35 years.
It's very young, so you are a great example for them. You can say, hey, I did it, so you can do it too. I mean, it's giving them ideas on how to work, how to develop themselves as person and future businesswomen.
Yes, that's very true. I also shared with you that I'm the oldest person in my enterprise, and I recently turned 40. So
wow.
I am above the median age of the country. And this is why I find it very important to be a mentor to the young ladies out there. So I believe that if whatever we are doing goes into fruition, we are going to see more and more people coming for mentorship from me and other people like me.
So you need then in Uganda a change of mindset for women.
Yes, completely.
It's come through education sometimes.
let me give you an example. So when I went and did a Bachelor of Tourism straight out of high school, and my mother told me, no, you shouldn't. You should probably go become a teacher or a nurse. That's where you'll get jobs. You don't need to go to school to do tourism or hospitality. That's something anybody can do.
Wow.
And that hurts. I said, no, I'm still going to do it because that's what I love to do. Right now, I'm trying to tell the girl child out there and even the boys that, you know what, hospitality doesn't have to come as a last resort. After you have failed everywhere, should you come back to hospitality? No. You should choose it first. It's an honorable profession. And I also believe that tourism and hospitality has the capacity to change livelihoods, to change economies, to make people prosper.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. And it's something that I think Sophia can agree with this, is a question of being proud of who you are. When you work with indigenous communities, the uniqueness of them is who they are. And you are helping them to be proud of who they are, about their the traditions, about their handcrafted things and how they do things. How does it work? I mean, how can you, or how do you do this training process that they really believe that they can be something different, unique, and they can show it to the world?
Thank you. I cannot take credit for the creativity and the innovation that goes into our experiences and tours. Guatemalans are incredibly creative and they are incredibly proud of their heritage. Indigenous communities have resisted colonization. They have resisted a civil war where their traditions and their identity was heavily repressed. And they now have that freedom thanks to community tourism because they have a window of opportunity where they can share their identity under their own terms. For us, it really hasn't been that much of a challenge to collaborate in this manner because we built our partnerships based on mutually beneficial goals and common values. One of our probably largest challenges would be migration, and this is a consequence of the Civil War. Once the Civil War happened, a lot of Guatemalans were forced to migrate to the United States and to Mexico. And this is an ongoing issue. We have the power now to demonstrate that community tourism can be a force of change. And now younger generations are looking at community tourism, something as simple as a coffee tour with local farmers, a cooking class with local women, a weaving workshop with a Mayan weaver, can be transformative and can inspire them to decide to stay in Guatemala, and their livelihood does improve. So we are very happy to see those results now. I see the future very bright for Guatemala, especially right now with the leadership of the Minister of Tourism, Mr. Whitbeck. He is changing the perception that is around Guatemala as a travel destination because he is taking into consideration the richness and the value that indigenous communities have for our country. So now community tourism is a priority, and I am very positive that we are going to attract now more self-aware travelers that are more interested in getting to know Guatemalans through their storytelling and their hospitality.
It's very important training. I mean, you have to train them on how to understand how to manage for instance, the new technologies. How can Fiji help these communities on how to digitize what they are doing, what they do, and how they can sell it to the world in the good way? How they can do this call of come here and you will have a different experience with us.
Yeah, thank you, Antonio, for asking this question. Because it's true at Fiji, we are doing this kind of rural tourism project in the past 7 years. And we invest over $2.5 million every year in the most underdeveloped villages in China. And we do several things. For example, we do training, education, like we invite the most experienced live streamers to give training to those local people how to do live streaming online, which will be very easy for them and just as well. There are Wi-Fi, so internet is accessible. They can do that. And we invite the KOLs or influencers to train the local people how to share, how to make a tour guide, how to share the content. And we invite the designers of Alibaba to design the brands, to design the logos for the local products. And we also design the tourism itineraries of products. And we also open tourism stores on our platform for free for them. And only by last year, there are over 20,000 people who have joined those training programs organized by Fliegi, and over 70% of them are female. So yes, so I'm glad to say that only last month, there's one product from one of the villages sold over 3 million RMB yuan in just one campaign. So
you offer this platform for free? I mean, you are training them for
yes,
free?
for free.
So you can offer your platform to Guatemala and to Uganda to help them to do that?
It requires some, of course, that's why I'm here. This requires some official cooperations with the local government, of course. For example, next month we are going to organize about 20 handicraftsmen from one of the villages of China to visit Malaysia, and because we believe through this kind of cross-cultural exchanges, which can greatly improve those both inbound and outbound tourists, which will be very helpful for tourism and peace.
It's amazing how these wonderful examples that you have on how people can use tourism to get a life, to start a new project, to get new incomes, to create jobs, to work for the development of the communities. How much, or have you had any help from your government? I mean, which kind of help or which kind of support you get from your governments to develop what you are doing, taking into account that, I mean, the figures are there. I mean, you are training a lot of people every year, and you are creating jobs, not only in your country, in other countries. How do you see that? I mean, would you like to have more support from them?
Thank you so much, Antonio. So the government of Uganda has woken up to understand that tourism can actually change the economy. Right now, as we speak, there is a new project. It's called the GROW project, where they're putting money into the tourism economy, and it is made for women enterprises. So if your enterprise has a shareholder who is a woman and has 51% of shareholding, they're giving you some help.
Sounds good.
Yes. However, there is a catch. You'll find that most of these women that I've spoken to are excited about the project, but their businesses are not registered. Oh, wow. So they still lack the credibility to borrow.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So there's a problem there. And there's no any way to create kind of support, or, I mean, I don't know how to say it, something that avoid this problem that they have, that they are facing.
Okay, so we have come up with studies, and from the data we have collected, I think we need what we call a SACCO, a saving cooperative for women, where women who want even so little can borrow at almost no interest or very, very small interest, because they cannot still afford what the commercial banks are giving, even through the GROW project. So also as women in hospitality, we have plans by mid next year to have our own showroom, where these women, after working their 9 to 5, can engage in other activities like making handcrafts, and some are already doing that, but they have nowhere to sell their products. So if we have like a big showroom,
digital platform.
Yes, or a platform actually. Now for me, I was thinking in the analog way, the tech guy can give us
Think
a
big,
platform.
think big. You're here to think big. Yeah.
He
Think
can
about
give us a
Fiji.
platform where we can put those products and they can reach far, very far and wide. Yes.
That's the thing, that the tourists go to Uganda, they fall in love with the country, with the artisans, with the things, and once they are back, they can say, I would like to buy one or two of these because I have friends, I would like to make a present. Then they go to Fligi, to the e-market of this community, and they can buy it, and Fligi will take it there. So it's the way it works, isn't it?
Yes, Antonio, because doing business and for any corporation, the challenging for us is always how to increase efficiency at a lower cost, right? And so luckily, from last year, we can see the one technology improves a lot as artificial intelligence. For example, we have a company called Alibaba Cloud. We have one of the largest artificial intelligence company in the world. We support the World Olympic Games, and we also have this large language model for tourism. And this large language model, right now we can support over 10 different kinds of languages, which will help us to do business with all different kinds of countries. And that large language model can also generate like over 1,000 photos, advertisement, promotional photos within 1 hour, which has a very low cost, which will also, we believe, very, very helpful for those small and medium enterprises to do business with us.
Sounds very good. So we have almost finished. So I would like you to make a wish. Make a wish for the future. What do you like to? I know that Fiji, do you want to open up to new markets? But you can also make your own wish. But think about your own wish. Anna, what do you like to wish for the future?
I wish for a world that is more open and accepting of places that have had conflict before. I come from a country where all the travel advisories are against us. So we have 1 foot forward and 5 back. When you look up Uganda, whatever you see will not be pleasing to the eye. But when you persevere and come to Uganda, you find that everything that you were told was never true. Every day people ask me, oh, really? So this is Uganda, why didn't we know about it? I wish for a world where the travel advisories don't work against us. Our women need jobs. Tourism is our livelihood. Yeah.
Thank you. Wonderful. And Sophia, make your wish.
I wish that community tourism becomes a top priority for Guatemala. I think we have so many.
I think that you're with your minister, you are.
Well,
on the
hopefully
way.
it will be like that. But we do have a lot of international travel companies that will visit these communities, and the money does not stay within the community. It gets redirected to the operators that they bring from outside. And this is something that community tourism can tackle. Community tourism can activate circular economy, and we see it constantly. You're taking a cooking class, for example, and the driver is going to be from the community. The ingredients you're going to be using are going to be sourced and grown in the community, and you are going to be supporting local economy directly. I wish that more travel companies in Guatemala value these resources and the incredible blessing that we have, that culture and heritage in Guatemala is still so much alive and thriving. So hopefully in the future we're going to be able to share this with more global markets, and we're going to be able to expand to other travelers from different nationalities.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yanli, please tell us, make a wish.
Actually, Antonio just make a joke about how we like. Of course, we want to make new market, but I would like to quote the wish of my boss, the CEO of Fligi. He said last year, and that's we hope through our efforts we can make everyone in this business to earn dignity, to be well paid, no matter it's a big company or it's an individual tour guide or freelancer, because that's why Fliggy stick to be an open platform. We stick to open to all different kinds of partners and try to provide our best services through our techniques. Thank you, Antonio.
Okay, thank you so much. Wonderful wishes, three of you. Thank you so much for being here from Uganda, from Guatemala, from China. And thank you for your inspiring ideas and your examples. I hope that all your wishes will come true soon. And I would like to thank Peter. Where's Peter? Peter. It's here. Because you made this wonderful program. I'm so happy to have them all here. And thank you so much, Peter, for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, the panelists. That was a really inspirational panel. Thank you all. This is the last panel for the evening. Show me some resilience, everyone. Another 30 minutes, and then we are done. And it's time for our Tourism for Peace Education Dialogue, which is a session dedicated to exploring the vital role that tourism can play in promoting peace and education across the globe. And I'm thrilled to introduce our moderator for this session, Cordula Volmuther is the Regional Director for Europe at UN Tourism. She has conducted research on tourism and published widely, including the International Handbook on Tourism and Peace, which won the ITB Special Management Award way back in 2015. With her extensive experience in sustainable tourism and a passion for fostering global connections, Cordula is uniquely positioned to guide our discussions today, and she's also uniquely positioned because the little birdie told me it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Cordula. Thank you. Welcome. Yes.
Hello. Thank you so much for being so resilient and for staying. I'm very proud of you. And I promise that tonight we can celebrate together with you this red thing and the other colors, I hope, and to celebrate also my birthday. Indeed, it's a pleasure being here on this special topic, and I'm super happy, of course, that this World Tourism Day is dedicated to the topic of peace, on which I have worked for several years. And I have a panel on the aspect of peace education. And the Secretary General in his speech said, let's use tourism education as peace education. So there are so many elements to the topic of peace. One of them, of course, is education. And I have a wonderful, small, but a wonderful panel with two panelists. I wish to call to the stage Carolina Herrera from Colombia, Cali in Colombia. She's a peace educator, has a bachelor and a master's in peace education from the UN Peace University, and is working for an NGO and is an educator in one of the schools in Cali for families of low incomes. And I have pleasure in introducing you to Mr. André Mack. He is the corporate ambassador of EHL, the educational institution of Lausanne in Switzerland. With this, we go directly to the questions to my two wonderful panelists. It's a little bit a continuation of the panel that we had just with Antonio, with our fantastic inputs. I believe that what we learned today in this, in all the sessions, is so much experience that is out there on how to use tourism as a tool for peace building. So this is a complex topic because we always need to deconstruct the definition or the word tourism, what is tourism, but also peace, what is peace. And you need to deconstruct before you can construct. And this construction is very important because for the future, we would need more guidelines, more understanding on how to use tourism, especially in a post-conflict setting. So wherever a war or a conflict is now happening and the conflict is over, how the tourism sector is coming in. And that is what the Secretary General of UNWTO or UN Tourism is calling for, a peace-sensitive tourism sector in a post-conflict setting, but not only in the post-conflict setting, but also the tourism sector itself can be conflict-ridden. So also within the sector, we need to be peace-sensitive. With this, talking about post-conflict settings, I wish to address Carolina from Colombia. You are a peace educator. So peace education, tourism education. Let's talk about peace education. What is this concept and how do you use it in your school in Cali?
Thank you, Cordula, and thank you for having me today. I want to start by talking a little bit about Cali, Colombia. Cali is the third most populous city in Colombia, and it's also one of the biggest receptors of internal displaced people. And I work in a community, low-income community called Siloe. It's a neighborhood, and it has one of the highest poverty rates in the city and in the country. And this is why peace education is so important in this context. Of course, like lots of the Colombian society, conflict has permeated in many of the cities in Colombia. And peace education is essentially education where you ask your students or your audience to question everything. They have to question everything, and they are to be the leaders of the space that you are facilitating. And some of the main pillars include conflict resolution, experiential and collaborative learning, and of course, an interdisciplinary approach. And what we've been doing is we've been working with my team with restorative justice, which I'll get into later. We've been working to have an intersectional approach and a gender-based approach, of course. And what we want is to bring in our students' life experiences and Colombian history together and bring about agents of change that are part of the community.
The students you're having, these are children between what age?
I forgot to mention that. I have both primary students and then young adults. And we're working to start this conflict resolution education to start from a very young age and then bring that to the community.
So is this a special subject in the school that is created? Or
so what we've been doing, as I mentioned, is an interdisciplinary approach. So in the school I work in, called Colegio La Fontaine, what we've been doing is in the English classes, it's the first bilingual school in the neighborhood, and in our social studies classes, we're bringing also conflict resolution and different aspects of peace education.
I think that is highly interesting, the work Carolina is doing here and the expertise that she brings to the panel. Because from my experience in Colombia, and when I wrote the International Handbook on Tourism and Peace, the Colombian government back then invited me, so I had some input in the strategy that was developed, tourism as a tool for peace building in Colombia after the peace treaty was signed. And where this educational aspect of the former guerrilla and the FARC forces was becoming increasingly important to educate them also away from their weapons into the tourism sector. And there were some really good examples out there. So I think that this is highly relevant in this context especially. From Cali in Colombia to the elite educational institution in Switzerland, the EHL in Lausanne. André Marc, thank you so much for joining us today. The EHL group, what is it standing for? What is the definition of education for you?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, to Georgia. Fantastic hospitality, great culture, great food. And yes, the color is red, even though I also experienced the white, which has the same effect at the end of the day, I can assure you. Just to connect, it's a news, which I haven't talked to you yet about. Just to connect EHL with peace, Switzerland has been organizing one peace conference in the Bürgenstock for Ukraine. The second Ukraine Peace Conference will be organized again in Switzerland on the 17th and 18th of October at EHL, so on our campus. So this is the connection with peace. I hope we will be able to demonstrate our hospitality, and then the discussions will be, hopefully, positive. Before entering into EHL group, you said elite. Yeah, okay, fine. But let's come to that. I consider that we are part of what I call a verticality of tourism, or tourism vertical. And this tourism vertical starts with the government, with the vision, with the positioning a country wishes to have, with the strategic objectives. Then you may have a public or semi-public institution, tourism agency, like we have Swiss tourism in Switzerland. Then underneath you may have trade associations, tourism associations, as well as hotel association, restaurant association, you name them. Below that you have the sector, you have the industry, you have the players, you have the hotels, you have the restaurants, etc. And below that, you have the suppliers to this industry. And we are one of the suppliers, an education supplier. Just as simple as this. We provide talents to an industry that is then here to achieve certain higher level objectives that have been set. So we are enablers of reaching these objectives. We try to play our role in a way that our mother, which is the Swiss Hotel Association, who created us 131 years ago, at that time we were the first on this planet. So there was no other hotel school in the world. So we are the first historically, and now we're considered as elite, benchmark, best, whatever you call it. But we became that by demonstrating certain key values and key principles that we've always been insisting in putting in place. Hospitality education for us is a mixture of arts and sciences. And it has to be represented in everything that we do at any level of the education. Whether it is higher education, so bachelor, master's program, whether it is executive education, or whether it is professional education or vocational education, we'll come to that later. So arts is the artistic side of this industry. You have absolutely to give the possibility to the young people who you're dealing with to challenge themselves, to make mistakes in a safe environment, to make the same mistake only once. Otherwise, they're not learning. That's the principle of learning. You have also, and we'll talk about that, we always give excuses, any excuse, for the external world to come in our learning center. Be it in Lausanne, be it in Passau, where we have another campus, in Switzerland as well, or be it in Singapore, or be it within our partner institutions. Find any excuse for the outside world to come, visit, challenge, be challenged. Intellectually, but also humanly. Because at the end of the day, what we stand for as a hotel school is to develop the human skills, the human capacities within our students, to then make the difference in the world.
I think that is highly relevant, André, that you are referring to here, and to this transfer of values to the students that are going out and are then working in our tourism sector. I think that this underlying factors and values that need to be transferred to them, I think is really important. When talking about the young people and training them on conflict resolution and working with them on peace education, then what are some challenges that you face in your daily work, and which strategies do you apply in order to overcome them? How does that work, Carolina?
Thank you for the question. I think there are various challenges, of course, but some of the most recurring have been that there's still gender norms or roles that permeate society, and this brings about, of course, gender-based violence, and this also is connected to social emotional learning. So what we've been doing is we've been applying projects with restorative justice. Restorative justice is a view about justice, where essentially the offender does things to make the victim feel better. That's essentially in simple terms. And what we've been doing is we've been applying it to heal relationships, not only between students and their teachers, but also between the community. So what we do is we bring parents, we bring social leaders, and we do circles, restorative justice circles, and we talk about agreements and solutions to problems that are relevant and important to students.
Carolina, now there is one missing link, the link to tourism.
Of course, I forgot that. Important. And what the school has been doing as well is we're bringing people from different places, and what they visit first is the school. And then from there, we connect to social leaders that want to change the preconceived notions of the neighborhood, and they take our visitors to visit the neighborhood. And of course, the neighborhood has art, dance. Salsa is a big thing in Cali, no? And our students are also part of that. We recently had a musical where all of our students participated, for example.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Cali is the capital of salsa. I know, that's great. Andre, back to you. The EHL is also doing vocational training. Why would the EHL do that? And I know that you do something in India with the Chamber of Commerce there, something very impressive. Can you tell us a little bit about it, please?
I'd love to, yes. So why is EHL, as a hospitality business school, suddenly active in vocational education? Well, if you're considered as the leader, you need to show the way. And you also need, and we identified that we didn't only want to nourish talents to the hospitality industry from the top, but also from any level within the hospitality value chain, hospitality and tourism value chain. So we've decided to invest and to develop our own solution for vocational education, which is now in form of a license that is very flexible, very adaptable to the reality of any country, actually. So the solution is defined by us, the content is defined by us, the methodology, the teaching, the learning methodology, the objectives, the videos, you name it, the exams, is all there. It's a learning management system, it's available worldwide in many languages. And it is adaptable in a way that the reality of the hospitality sector is very seasonal in different parts of the world. So it's not just the same pattern that we have in Europe or in Switzerland. Even in Switzerland, we have the mountains, and we have certain solutions that are in the mountains. There, the seasonality is completely different. So it's adaptable also in this direction. And just that everybody connects, we wanted to do it affordable to everybody. Because, you know, Switzerland is known for many good things, huh? But one of them is we're super expensive. Yes, you're good, but you're expensive. So we wanted to make this solution affordable to anybody. So it's quite a democratic solution that we are implementing. The example of India, well, this is typically the example in India. We are working with the Chamber of Indian Industries, which represent all industries in India, and we are developing our vocational solution throughout the country in two models. One is the traditional training center where students are coming, they're getting trained, they're getting exposed to not only the trade, not only the learning, but also to run restaurants, bars, banquets, etc., etc. And then they work in the industry, and then they come back for the next level. But also, it is in the second model, which is the pure apprenticeship model, which is what we have in Europe, which is what we have in Switzerland, Germany, Austria, which has demonstrated to be very effective, and it's also very effective in India. They work for 5 days in the company, they're being hired, so the young people are being hired by the company, and then they're coming to they're being trained on-site the hotel, by trainers that we have trained to become trainers. We've also trained their supervisors to be able to transfer knowledge, skills, and mindset during the entire day in a proper way. So we've created this ecosystem, which is under the auspices of CII, but with two hotel chains, which are not minor. One is Taj. So the objective is that all their hotels in India will have apprentices over time. Currently, There are about 20 or 30 hotels throughout the country, but there will be much more. And then the other one is ITC hotels, which is also huge. I mean, ITC is larger than Taj in India. And there the plan is also that all the hotels will have apprentices. Currently, we have more than 1,000 apprentices every year that are getting educated and enter the hospitality industry like this.
Thank you, Andrea. I think that is really interesting, this export of Swiss knowledge, so to say, or educational knowledge in the hospitality sector to India. And I believe there is a lot of potential out there also to, not only within India, but also maybe to other countries to export this knowledge. So.
Exactly. So, and if I may, Mohammed, I don't know if you're still there, Maldives, you're saying we need solutions. Well, actually, we are implementing 2 solutions at 2 levels right now. One, which is in Mali with the university, so that would be higher education. And the other one, which is on islands. There you have to be super creative. I love what we've implemented there because we can duplicate it throughout Maldives. It's a tiny little training center, 2 classrooms, and the rest is done in the hotels, which are on the other islands. And this is done currently with one group, which is Patara, but can be replicated throughout Maldives.
Very good. So I hope you have your talks later on during the dinner. I will do the same what Antonio did. Actually, I will ask you for your wishes.
Before this.
Yeah, what?
I'm sorry, before this. I mean, come on, Cordula. You know, you've been asking us questions, but I think, can we also ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Okay. Yeah. You've been out there. You took 3 years of sabbatical, right? Yeah. What did you do? You wrote 2 books, if I heard properly. One won a prize at the ITB in Berlin. So what are the main findings?
You have time? Well, first of all, why did I do this? I took a sabbatical. I started to work in 2006 in UN Tourism in the regional department for Europe. And when looking at Europe, it's not only diverse in tourism development, but of course there you have also several conflicts ongoing. And I have a research background on post-war research and conflict prevention. So when working in the regional department for Europe, I understood that there's a lack of knowledge on how tourism works as a peace-building tool. And I took really 3 years of sabbatical for doing research on that. And the finding is actually that there's lots of options are out there, but that the sector is definitely underused and the undertapped resource in this field. After publishing the books, I went also for presentations to New York. I went to the peace building departments there, and they were laughing at me. Why I would come in with tourism in a conflict setting. And the same happens now in Ukraine. So we are talking to the donor agencies in Ukraine in order to consider also tourism, especially in the post-war scenarios, and they are laughing at you, they are not taking you serious. So I want to make a change there also, and want to bring the knowledge that I generated during the publication of the books to the table in these discussions. I think that we make a difference. Tourism needs to be there, definitely, I see this. Not only for economic reasons, but also for reconciliation reasons. So that's why your topic, Carolina, is so important, the peace educational aspect. So that's what it is. Thank you for asking me the question. Very kind. Carolina, wish, what is it?
Thinking about promoting digital literacy in many of my students, all of my students, I think I wish for access to technology to promote digital literacy and also STEM for girls.
Okay, nice. Okay.
It's something that a principle, again, one of these principles that DHL stands for and is insisting on and has been applying, and I'd like this to be replicated everywhere in all the learning centers for the tourism, for the hospitality sector, but actually all sectors, is that actually we give the freedom and the responsibility to the learners to manage their own learning journey. Right now we tend to guide, we tend to framework, and not the right entities are defining the frameworks. They are our future, these young people. they need to be responsible for this future. They need to receive the tools, toolkit from us. But for this, they need to feel free to challenge us, to be challenged, and feel responsible to develop their own future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the educational aspects for the people who are going to work in tourism is one aspect. The other educational aspect is the one when we ourselves travel, and that was also mentioned today several times. So that what happens to us when we visit other countries or destinations outside of our own comfort zone. So here I think it is something that Henry Miller said, that one's destination is never a place, but a new way of seeing things. And I think this educational aspect also needs to be brought to the table, because at the end of the day, it's these encounters that were mentioned, that's the pure essence of building peace, the potential of the tourism sector to contribute to this better mutual understanding. So one final sentence, Carolina and Andre, to the audience that you want to give to the audience for the future with respect to tourism and peace.
Changing the perspective a bit, I think that if peace education is the foundation for tourism, it would be important to bring our classrooms outside and maybe make tourism one of our classrooms.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good. Andre.
Let's finish on a fun note. So I'll be a little bit Schwarzenegger. I will be back. And I think everybody who's traveling should tell himself or herself this when going back. I will be back.
I will be back. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, let me finish this panel. Let me finish also the session. I will give back the floor to our lovely, lovely Master of Ceremony, Aradhana. Thank you, dear Carolina. Thank you, dear Andre, for coming and joining us on this special occasion. It is an important occasion. It's World Tourism Day, but it's the topic that counts so much. Thank you so much for your patience, for being with us until the very end. I'm very proud of all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Carolina. And happy birthday again, Cordula. We are nearly there. We are there, in fact, ladies and gentlemen. And as we come to the end of a very long day, I just want to take a moment to reflect on all the things that I have jotted down through the day. It's effectively it's been invaluable insights that we have gained today. As you would agree, we've heard from remarkable leaders who have shared their expertise on the intersection of tourism and peace. Our discussion highlighted the critical role that tourism can play in fostering dialogue, understanding, and sustainable development across communities. Yes, tourism can build bridges that connect cultures, foster understanding, and unite people across diverse backgrounds. But we need to actively promote inclusivity and empathy in our tourism initiatives to ensure these connections are actually meaningful. Yes, tourism can rebrand destinations, showcasing their unique stories, rich history, and vibrant culture to the world. But we need to engage local communities in this storytelling process, ensuring their voices are heard and celebrated. Yes, tourism can create jobs that empower local communities and contribute and result in economic stability. Yes, but we need to commit to equitable practices that ensure these benefits reach those who need them the most. Yes, tourism can stimulate innovation, driving new ideas and technologies that enhance the travel experience. But we need to foster an environment that nurtures creativity and collaboration across borders. Yes, tourism can inspire global citizenship. Yes, tourism can provide educational opportunities. Yes, tourism can help heal communities. Yes, tourism can uplift marginalized voices. Yes, tourism can enhance quality of life. Yes, tourism can strengthen international relations. But all of this requires active commitment and collaboration. And that time for leadership is now. The Secretary General of UN Tourism has shown bold leadership, standing firm and unwavering in his commitment to this cause.
And now it's your turn. This World Tourism Day celebrations is not just a formality. It is the first step towards a new era, a first step to redefine what tourism can be in this 21st century, a first step towards a world where every journey sows the seed of peace, where every traveler becomes, what we said, an ambassador of hope and peace. Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been such a wonderful audience. And we still have people in the room at the end of the day. That's always wonderful to see. Thank you very, very much. Peter and the entire UN tourism team, this would have not happened except for your efforts. So we celebrate you and we thank you. Oh, thank you. Me, last minute, because I was not supposed to be MC.
This concludes the official program.
I will come that side.
Thank you for being a part of World Tourism Day 2024 celebration. This